Believe in a thing called love. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. Hello, Doomslayers. Pardon me. Pardon him. Holy goodness. Good morning. How's everybody? I hope you had a great weekend. It's so good to see you all here. 66 viewers. Good morning, the 66. The special 66 that made it and stuck around with me. Thank you for showing up for me. I know you could be anywhere and you've got lots of options nowadays, so it's really appreciated that you chose to stick around by me. I appreciate it. Thanks very much. See all of you in chat there. Oh, look at all yous, and I'm so lucky to have so many members. Thanks so much for everybody who supports the channel and a couple of people who joined up over the weekend. And pardon me. Big Jim will have a drink, mate. I'll have another one, I'll have a wee sip pie. It's a bit of Red Bull, something left over from the weekend. I had 3 coffees and now I'm topping it off with something refreshingly cool. So, yes, new setup, exactly. I have yet to perfect the green screen, but I've got 3 amazing lights, an awesome camera, and a really good green screen as well. So when I get around to talking to Eddie again, which he's a very helpful chap, or anybody else who's got tips on how to do Streamlabs stuff, be able to see fix it all up. Like you can see at the minute, it's a good green screen, and the lights I've got are as good as any lights you're ever money's likely to buy. So, but I can't be buying nothing else anymore. Why price drop? Why price drop, Jimmy? 19123. Is that still correct? Is my things all working correctly? 18847. It was stuck. It was stuck, though it was. If I do this, is everything going to disappear? Shit. Knew that would happen. Still got my timeline, but I don't have the ticker and depress. Where is it? Right, well that'll do for a ticker, right? It's as good as anything. There's a fly flying around here. And it's really annoying. I'm not sure how to get rid of it because the lights are going to keep attracting it. Maybe I'll just freak out. Oh, there you go. There's the prices there. So why did the price drop? Well, it's Monday morning. First hour of trading. There we go. There's that. It's a chart in the background. I was doing so many different things, so maybe it doesn't paint a clear picture for you. But we'll go through things, and at the end of the day, you'll be well versed in what it means, right? What am I looking for here? I was going to turn on this, and we'll have a wee zoom in, see what it's been saying. Just so you know what's going on, this is a scaled chart, so that's why it's not in log. It has a GAN fan here with various levels of linear progression, and I have a pitchfork which encompasses the entirety of price action on GME. And the levels I've used on it are the Fibonacci levels rather than whatever it fucking comes with. And so I've changed that shit. And as you can see here, right, these are the levels I'm using on it, because those are the levels that mean something to this asset. You can see it in the background there, right? Anyway, turn that down. And on top of that, I've got another pitchfork coming down here. These are both shift modified pitchforks, And if you don't know what all that means, Rocky's got an excellent video on pitchforks. which I can cover how to draw them and whatnot later. I mean, as we go throughout the day, I'll do whatever anybody likes. So there is that. So little volume. Good morning, Luke. Good morning, the Yaskai. Good morning, Fapping It. Good morning, Leslie. Good morning, Griffin. Good morning, actual friend. Jamie, when spoon? There is no spoon. Wow, no, I need my spoon. Right. If you're in the kitchen, feel free to pick up a spoon so you can eat my ass. Is Hedgie? If Hedgies know, we know that Hedgies know what we know, and we know the Hedgies know what we know. Would we know what Hedgies know? Yes. See what you did there. So essentially, they know that we know, but we also know that they know we know. So it's like the liar's paradox. And like what we need to do to get through this is we need to say to the Hedgies, "Hi Hedgies, if I was to ask you to to tell me the number of naked short positions you have, and if or if not that adds up to more than 100% of the company, would you tell me the truth?" That's the way to figure it out. When Spoon launches to When Moon. Morning, Jamie, and everyone, and all the folks and the fuckers, and all you folks and fuckers. We've got 166, so that's 100 more than it was last time I looked. Oh my goodness, fucking hell. We're fucking taking off here, folks. No stopping us. Price is 108.01. Right, so we'll get into all this in a minute. Until that minute comes, we shall hide it all. Oh, look, it's naked. Oh, I'm naked. Oh, don't look, I'm naked. It's a good reminder there. Don't forget your towel. Bing bong, the price is wrong. Shall we do some TA and then make a little clip and then publish it? So the folks at home, who don't have time to watch me mumble all day about GME and other stocks can instead tune in to a handy little clip which encompasses everything they need to know for the day or even the week. Let's do it, folks. Let's do it. There's a fly here. I could catch that fly, or I could maybe smack it as it comes past. I am a pacifist. Here, fly. This is maybe too ambitious to think I don't even have to stand up. Yo. Jeez. Oh, you knew it was coming for you that time, mate. Right, I have to be careful here because I do have severe injuries from something not unlike this in the past when a fly kicked my head in. Please mention that a possible GME entry point for today. Also, thank you for the clips. No worries, Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer, are you any good with flies? Hey, buddy. Last chance, fly. You can leave peacefully. Okay. We have come to an understanding. Now let's move on, shall we? Somebody doing some work somewhere as well. If I could put this line out, playback device, if I could make this playback device also be this, and then I could make the desktop audio also be that. Sorry, everybody. Moon, Venus, flytrap. A moon flytrap's a good one. Or at least one of those lights that, but in the shape of a moon. Does this work? Is that right? Does that give me them desktop audio set up like it should? Reading on the Prices roll. Right. That worked. I could see that you were getting audio, and I'm assuming it's a thing I played. I can't hear it myself because the speakers are, the Bluetooth's all messed up. Right, I'm going to start this again. How about you get a right, I'm going to get a fly trap. No, I'm not. I got a cat. He should be eating the flies. Huddler till the end. That's my option. I mean, opinion. Wink, wink. Love you, brother. Love you too, Majama. And also, if that was LG4 Custom Fabrications, geez, you're in a good mood, mate. It was, welcome to Mondays. Mondays, bloody Monday. Right, so we got a whole week this week, so I feel like I'll have done something again because we was putting in the efforts, and then last week was 4 days. It just felt like a breeze, and prices didn't do much, so love the audio, mate. Awesome, that audio. Yeah, that was YOLO_short squeeze on Reddit who made that for me, and all the alerts you'll see coming up, because you won't hear them. Oh, you maybe will now that I've set that up. You'll certainly see them. That was Discord on Rocky Outcrops Discord, who who does all those for me, and essentially is like a crowdsourced channel in every way. A lot of the music is you guys, and so is the graphics and whatnot, and all the help, and like obviously all the contributions and everything. So for us, by us, very much. Flytrap, mix 1 cup of vinegar. What the hell? Look, dragon slayer. Is that how you catch your dragons? With little cups of vinegar and sugar and stuff? They will come. They come anyway. You want to get them that. I'm very much a pacifist. I was just negotiating with that fly, and I persuaded him to usher him out the window so that I can ascend. It's ammonia and tincture of iodine on some filter paper. Oh, aye, well, we've all got like tincture of iodines lying around, haven't we, Katie? What do you like? This card? The Discord is the name of the chap that does the alert stuff for me. Aye, he's a legend. He's also got really good videos on how to use TradingView well, which is something I started when I was doing YouTube. It was like videos on how to use TradingView, and I think that his are great. And if I could, I'd add his videos into my playlist. And it's great to see. What would I describe people as? I suppose I don't know. Students of Rocky, is that a fair way to put it? See them doing their things and that, and it all going out there in the same message, like, and the ripple effects and whatnot. Can hairspray and a lighter fly be gone? Yeah, you get rid of a lot of things with a can of hairspray and a lighter. It works really good on all sorts of unwelcome guests. Watch the fly come back with some mates. No! I probably, but I've closed this door and I've got that window shut again, and he came in through the front door. He's right in through my front door, eh? Can you believe the cheeky little guy? Right, I'm going to not swear in this whole video. Can you imagine that? I'm going to do bell to bell. I'm going to make clips and I'm not going to swear. How amazing is that? Have I already sweared and I don't realise it? Nah, I'm on top of this. Tradespotting. This is what an old school mummy would put on a cut iodine. It smarts a bit. Well, I've not got iodine or an old school mummy lying around. Although having an old school mummy lying around, that sounds weird. Natural friend, have you seen Major Tom's official's newest video? Are you talking to me? Nah. If you're talking to me, no. I got my Twitter back. I'm back on Twitter, baby. And I'm coming for you bastards. I'm back on Twitter. It's fucking good news, everybody. Let's play that song again. Yep. Jamie is back on Twitter. So look up your girlfriends, look up your wives. Or if you are one of those two, look yourself up. And tune in. Tune in to underscore Jamie underscore Curran. What am I talking about? I was going to make clips. Aye, that was it. Yeah. So I'm back on Twitter. I noticed I got messages from nice people who would like to collaborate more, who I'd like to collaborate with. TMI, Master Investor. He's such a nice dude. And I can imagine he's busy as hell. And so, yeah, he still takes time out to send a nice message in that. So thanks very much. Nice guy, very much so. And the Gherkin, who messaged and wants to do a joint hot tub stream where we've got hot tubs, both in hot tubs. We're playing cards like strip poker, and at the same time doing like deathmatch style TA on the old charts there, working our way up the 10 frames till we defeat the big bad weekly and monthly boss guys, right? So me and Gherkin are writing that sheet up, but I said sheet there, you'll notice, SHEET. Haha, Jamie lasted about 60 seconds when he said he wouldn't swear. You're wrong. I didn't swear. You're deaf, mate. You're deaf. So you got that wrong. You made that up. If there was a moderator here, I'd have him ban you for life for even suggesting that. You know, I didn't swear. I didn't swear at all there, right? I didn't. And anyone who says different, shut your mouths. Look up your daughters is the name of their first tour. Also look them up. The Gherkin would be fab. Underscore James underscore Curran. Who the hell's that? You mean underscore Jamie underscore Curran? James underscore Curran sounds like my dad. It is my dad. Hi, Dad. Hi, Dad. I know I'm late dropping off Coco, but Coco is enjoying lying in the sunshine on the cushions in the patio, which you're welcome to come down and say hello to Coco and enjoy the patio if you like. Even while I'm here, just come on down, say hello if you like. Get out in the sun, why not? If you're there. Are you starting an OnlyFans TA? No, this has been requested many times. No, but if you want naked snaps, slide into my Instagram DMs. I've got shitloads of them. They're awesome. Very, very impressive. Very impressive. 10 out of 10, for sure. So if you're interested in that sort of thing. Although if we are talking about the nature of demand and supply, there's an infinite supply and very little demand. So you're not really, there's no rush on that front. Where are the Fibonacci points on the body for strip poker use? Where is the line of resistance? Where is support? Well, you see, these are the natural oscillations of the chart and in nature, right? And now I'm no David Attenborough, so I can't tell you where the golden triangle would result in us. And what would happen if we spiraled out there? Anyway, right, I'm talking absolute shit. 251 viewers. That's 250,000 people. If we times that by 4 and then times that number that we got by 1,000 and then times that number by another 1,000, then we'd have fucking loads and loads of people watching. And that would be swell. Right, we're going to start a clip now. If you don't like me, feel free to go away. I'm so good at this not swearing stuff. And that was a close one though. And still not done it, right? Still not. I'm still on top of it. You called us bar stewards. Well, are you bar stewards? I remember talking about people who work in bars. Maybe you misheard me, and if so, I accept your apology. No plubs. I had a point to make. As usual, it was very important. Yeah, right. Totally had a point to make. It was so good. It really was. If only there was someone else here who could tell me what I was talking about. Or if Fibonacci on the body, strip poker, there's support. Right, I read that. The restraints this morning is remarkable. You tell me, Salamander. It's kind of killing my flow here. Haha, you just swore right before that. No, I didn't. You can't believe you said that. Right, some people need... Where's the ban button? 265, right? I'm going to do a clip and talk about technical analysis, right? So you losers can shut up. Yeah, that was it. That was the point I was going to make. If you don't like me, honestly, you don't need to watch 7 minutes and then leave and destroy my watch time. Just go away now, right? Just go away and don't come back. And if you do like me, if you're waiting until I give you value before you click the like button, know that I don't like you, right? The way you're doing that, right? Because I've already been funny enough to at least get a like out of you, and that wasn't even intentional, right? That's just my incredible natural charisma. 'Cause, you know, boom, that's worth loads and loads, isn't it? Right? And then secondly, that whole value thing you're going for there. I'm falling asleep. Nice. I like it. This is my whole goal here. And that whole value thing, like, what? How does that work after I've done more than provide the value for the like? Then what do you give me? Then where does it work? You know? In which case, take your like, right? And stick it, right? So there you go, right? That's my way of asking for likes. And yeah, the subscribes, like, you don't want to even hear the subscribe stuff. Chat. Right, this is it. I'm going to fucking... Whoa, that flipping. And that was close too. You know, and I have to say the whole word for it to be a swear anyway. So, like, don't even come at me with that half stuff. Right. Love you too, Kim. Cheers. Love you, Space Captain. But, you know, you got to stop making up lies. It's just terrible, right? It's terrible. You'll not get into heaven if you don't stop doing that. Right, they're going to make a clip now, and I don't know what I'm going to say because I haven't looked at the stuff properly. What are the prices doing? Cool. Sorted. Right. Here goes. This is a clip. What's going to happen? Will anyone watch it anyway? Oh, I should have a thumbnail, but I've got new ideas for the thumbnails. Wow, my creativeness. Here goes. People, well, they'll be able to watch chat back. If I put chat on screen, then people could see what you're saying as I'm making the clip, and you could say stuff, and then that stuff would that stuff would be on the screen during the clip, and people could see what people are saying. Why is this on my screen? I don't want that on my screen. This is my music thing. I don't want that on the screen. That shouldn't be there. Don't be there. Thanks. Does it open again? I open it again. It does. Bring on the prices roll. Yeah, good riddance. I think liquidity is drying on low volume. Bid-ask spread pushing $1. Liquidity is drying up. Don't forget your towel. Where is this climate change real? I thought we're supposed to be getting like raising sea levels and increased liquidity. I think liquidity is drying up on low volume. And bid-ask spread pushing $1. There's a whole buck in the bid-ask. Oh, some volatility is coming. You can hear the Richters. It's like thunder and lightning. Very, very frightening. You should have to sell a share of GME every time you swear. Are you having a laugh? I just have to buy one, perhaps. Right? Kathleen van der Berg. Everybody gets 2 mistakes, right? You're only allowed 2 mistakes, and then it's life perma-bans. So there's one. Right? Careful, Kathleen. You can't earn that. You can clean your slate. You can clean it by doing what? What could you do? I suppose if you save 10 lives, then we'll take it back down to 0. Kathleen Vanderberg, that's what a shill would make us rule. We no sell. Oh, look, KT's taking it one step further, calling someone a shill. Right, KT, that's you getting one as well. I'm just handing out the bans this morning. These are all warnings. I could get so many warnings. Not now, but it was at 80 cents a few minutes ago. It's 80 cents. It was at 80 cents. What is it at now? We're at 192. Isn't that nice? Isn't that lovely? 192.05. I'll endeavour to read out the price every 5 minutes. If I don't do it, just write my name in chat, my whole name. That's my name, which is Tradespotting. All one word. See, you can't say that name in some places, right? There are some places where you can't say that name. Amazing, isn't it? It's amazing. I never thought I'd achieve such levels of notoriety that there would be places where you aren't allowed to say my name. Cool. It's cool. It's enough to make me nearly enough to make me swear. Sell equals explicit. You say it sell, that's like also you're not allowed to say that word. Anyway, I've got one mistakes left. Space Captain, you've got one left. You're so lucky. Sell, the biggest swear of them all. I've said it a few times, and I'm trying not to say this stuff. Right, I'm not going to try and get chat on screen because, you just all embarrass me anyway. You know what you guys are like? I don't even tell people I know you. And when I'm out and about and everyone's like, oh, how's chat? I'm like, what chat? What are you talking about? I don't know chat. And they're like, your chat. I'm like, oh, my chat. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, my chat's cool. Tradespotting. Yeah, look, it works. I can see it now on the chat. Real easy. Tradespotting. I referred to a fictional shill who would make that rule and avoided calling anyone a shill, like not swearing. It's in the finer details. Finer details. I'm a man of details myself. Say my name. Stronicle. Where? Paul Greasy, where? Right, Brady, Doomslayer. I don't know. If I read lots of different conversations all together, do you reckon I could make them make sense? Let's all say it all the time. Tradespotting on that other place. Bing Bong, Price is Wrong. I know that song. You're not allowed to say his name at Toys R Us. No, shh, don't say it at Toys R Us. Don't say it at Toys R Us. Do you want Bard from Toys R Us? Say, walk in and say, Tradespotting. Boom, watch it straight away out of there. Daniel Assange. Whoa, lucky fiver. I feel so lucky. What's the target now? 30 mil. 30 meals? 30 millios? 30 millimolios? Those all sound like good things. Where? Tell me where, and I'll do it till I'm fine. What's the target now? 30. Oh, look, there's that. Can you guys see that? I think you get the notification. What? No, 2. You can see it and you hear it. Looks like I've got loads of donations, but my stream labels has crashed, so I'm not able to reset nothing or whatnot, or not nothing. So I'm sort of lucky it's all set up at all. Jamie, you should play Highway to Hell on Moonday. That's a good idea. I've got a playlist, a Spotify playlist. I've got waiting for the big reveal as I slowly but surely add to it. So you want that on there. I'll take it under advisement. Yes, I shall. It's very easy to remember that one. But if I say that and then 20 come in, I'll forget them all. But then they'll be in chat there. I could read them back at the time. Okay, well, if I'll read this chat back later. And if you want me to play a particular song or add it to the Squeeze playlist, you just say it in chat now. I'll get it back later and I'll add it. Well, think about it. Some of you have got a super crap taste in music, so I can't guarantee that'll happen. And also, not everyone agrees with my taste in music. So if you don't like it, there's another perfectly good reason for you to leave, right? And if you've still stuck around, hit like, please. Or yeah, what's the problem? What's really the problem? Whoop. There is a donation from Stronicle. Here are some US dollars. They're the best kind of dollars by a long margin, in fact. Thank you very much, Stronicle. That's appreciated. Mr. Stronicle, he's very generous. Mr. Daniel Assange, he's very generous. It's similar songs. The two of them have very similar theme tunes. It must be the common denominator somewhere in there. Is it the numerator? Or is it the denominator? Right, anyway, shut up, Jimmy. Right, that was close. Anyway, I'm going to do this clip now, so you don't like that, tough luck. I'll probably be ignoring alerts. It'll seem that way because I'll be looking at my charts and not any of the alert stuff where I can see alerts and whatnot. So, and as I said, which you may not have noticed because there was earlier when hardly anyone was here, and my speakers aren't working, so I can't hear anything that comes from the computer, even though you can. Right, which is a blessing that alone works. Right, and I don't know what the TA looks like yet, so this is like, rapping. This is it, man, from the flow. Oh, have a wee drink beforehand. If Red Bull want to sponsor me, that'd probably be good for them. And I think my brand could take the take that, take that. Could run with it, take that and run with it, or fly, whatever. Anyway, oh, that was a close one, very close. And impersonations of people who be swearing, that be counting. Right, there's the clip, starting now. Yes, indeed. Bing bong, the price is wrong. I am Jamie, and this is Tradespotting, where we provide the ends and means to achieve your hopes and dreams. We say there is no help in rushing to be rich, and plenty of wealth in waiting to be right. And taking that time to wait sometimes involves doing technical analysis, to apply risk management, to get the most from your trades. And that's what we like to encourage around here. So let's take a look at that technical analysis for our lovely, lovely GME. Now, prices, when we start this, are at 190.02, and I can't imagine me doing this is going to change the prices, though those changes themselves we shall cover. Let's start all on a whole new chart, right? Or at least I'll load up a different chart. This in, it'll do. Yeah, it'll do nicely, in fact, because we've also got loads of excellent information on here which we can use, and we don't need this like the volume's nothing worth talking about, right? And that's been the case for a while, so we're going to move this. This clip isn't great, is it? Maybe I should start once I've redone this. I'm just going to get rid of that volume, and then this clip will have to do. And if you have tuned out already, then perhaps you don't like me. And if you're sticking around, hit like, please, and join us for a live stream sometime. Right, we're going to drop. Why are we going to drop? We're going to climb back up to the weekly. We're going to start here because it's the start of a new week. I'm going to flip this to log because that's where we do our best work. And we're going to look at this from a big timeline and drop down to smaller time frames. What have we got here? Open interest. Well, that's not relevant today, but we will have that back up Friday, perhaps, if you like to look a longer look at that. There's the rocket crops. All right, let's turn off others, and we will start this clip again. Bum 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 bum. We also don't want our keep earnings on because, you know, that day that the earnings came out and everything went down and whatnot. So it's happened a couple of times. So the last 4 or 5 times. So you can imagine that that's the sort of thing when the day when that sort of thing happens. What else are we going to talk about? Well, I'm looking at the weekly and nothing jumping out at me in particular to talk about other than what everybody did last week, but I can talk about that. And there is targets and whatnot, so we could talk about that. Talk about the next best entries over the period of the week, and then maybe drop down and do the same things throughout the timelines. Would that be a helpful thing for people? People want that sort of thing. Had a little scan about YouTube to see everybody else's views, and I see that loads of people are getting loads of views, and so I know what people want. What people want is lukewarm fish. Fried or not fried, they don't give a flying shit. Shittily D, which is like a type of cheese. They don't give a shittily D, which is like dairyly, but it comes from somewhere else. You don't know it, and you've never been there, but that was very close to me breaking a resolution, which I've just started, which I didn't break. So, like, if you think I did, again, sorry to disappoint you. Very close, but no. Right, start this clippity clip, which means that you're going to have to listen to that ring dong dong. But I can do the shorter version, certainly. I'm Jamie, this is Tradespotting. I don't know if I did the clip properly or not. This intro certainly isn't as good as the one that I did for the previous clip, which turned into a disaster. Holy swearing. Who's swearing? No one's swearing. Hey, got a lot of fans in the Gamestop Facebook group. I try to post there as much as I can. Who has? Who's got a lot of fans in that group? Yo, 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 yo. Jamie has more watchers right now, but Rocky has more likes. Bum 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 bum. Rocky's the only person I don't really compete with. Jonicle super chat 499. Thanks. Yes, I saw the US dollars donation. Thank you very much. Tradespotting. I can has GME analysis. I can has GME analysis. Jamie has more watchers. Get over there and watch Rocky. Crazy. Is he actually making a clip out of this? Is he? He's crazy. Does it actually work? What do people want on YouTube? What do people want on YouTube? What do you want? What do you want? What's everybody want? I'll do whatever you want. Whatever you want. Am I making a clip out of this? Who knows, right? Maybe. Maybe. Who knows? So, someday, future, whatnot. Who cares? But the thing that I forgot, which was something. What was that then? That was funny and interesting. Something else. Is he making a clip out of this? Someone's playing crap music. Oh no, it's got better. Anyway, I had something to talk about and it didn't happen. Yeah, right, let's start it all over again. Was I making a clip? I don't know. Liquidity problems are starting to manifest, are they not? Some banks withdrawn from the DTCC as they see what's coming. Wells Fargo cancelled personal loans like before the VW squeeze in 2008. Well, it's a VW squeeze 2008. The credit crunch. This was all similar but different. YouTube's so fickle. Yes, what do these YouTubers want? I don't know what they want, and I don't know what the audience want. Yes, this is me, right? Super market orientated, right? Yeah, what you the audience want, the audience get. There's no I don't. This isn't product led, right? I do what the audience demand, and if the audience wanted something else, I'd be a different way. But this is what they tell me they want. They want the nonsense. No, they don't. They tell me they want it just to be better and quicker and efficient, and Look, the truth is, right, I'm actually highly competitive. Now, I don't know if this has come across in any way, because I don't necessarily have, this isn't necessarily the environment to express that sort of thing, and want to be truly supportive of every one of you, and you to be as competitive as possible, and then me to be like, yes. But I'm actually highly, highly competitive. So, but then the problem is that I also have like my own way of judging whether or not I'm winning, right? So it's like because I don't respect authority, and I don't, and so like I don't like people telling me things. So, it's all a bit of a hodgepodge, really. And the benefits of it are that I'm the kangaroo court of everything I do. And the way I feel at the minute is that ain't nobody got anywhere close to me in terms of the technicals with regards to this asset. Nobody. Rocky is obviously up there, and there's literally no one else competing with me on this level, right? There are good people, and there are people that do good stuff, and I am saying dead arrogant, and I'm sure this is me now peaking on the concurrent viewers because I'm saying this stuff, but if you're out there and you're good at this, just let's have a battle, right? Push me. Let's have a battle. Somebody fight me! Scott Moon 999. Awesome, that's a good name. No, it's not Moon. I just read what I want to see. It's Scott Monen. Maybe Monen means moon in some place. It's a pair. Thank you. You're welcome. You're so very welcome. Highly competitive. I didn't know. See, I read something at the end there that's very like a swear word, so I couldn't say it. Thank you very much for that donation. You are. She's greased my palms with silver and a little bit of it. Right, no clip out of this, obviously. 5 minutes of absolute silliness. Right, greasing the wheels there from Scott and LVG for custom cover questions. And Stronicle, Daniel. Linda's Expert subscribed. Thank you very much. And Pam Mama Jam super at $5. Huddle to the end. That's my option of / opinion. Yep, and LG Force Custom as well. And then awesome. And then Philbo Baggins. That was a couple of days ago. Okay. MB Scooters. Legend. Right, anyway, that was days ago. Right, Jamie, what are you doing, man? Right, so here we go. Clips, right? I'm making a clip, right? You ready, folks? This is a clip. Bring on the prices roll. I'm Jamie, this is Tradespotting, and this is a clip I've made during a live stream. I've started this intro a number of times and it's not quite made it through to actual technical analysis, so let's see how it goes this time. If you like GME and you want to learn about how to empower yourself via technical analysis, then you'll probably enjoy my channel. Check it out sometime. If you're watching along later and this isn't a live, if it's on the same day I've published it, then you'll likely find me after you're finished, still doing the same thing and chatting and answering questions. So feel free to join that stream or another one. It'd be great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. If you like and hit like, that's appreciated. Bing bong. The price is wrong, but what is the price? It's 190.58. Here on the weekly time frame, you can see we've gone through what many people have described as a cup and handle, and it certainly does match the criteria for one. Our cup with handle has come down to what is 236 on one Fibonacci. Across here at 618, got 618 down here. It went between these various levels for the last couple of weeks, and volume's been very low. Volatility has picked up from one day to the next to a slight degree, but not to the point where we've broken any significant support and resistance, certainly not on the weekly time frame. You can see that we're below the 9-period moving average, so on a weekly sense, we're not in its most bullish possible posturing. It's also got a negative slope on it at the minute, so we would like to see that start to turn around. Is there any sign of these things happening? Well, it's the start of a week, so where would prices need to take us in order for that to happen? Well, we'd like to finish perhaps above the candle of the previous week, so in around 204, 205. And frankly, that's not all that much of a big ask, and that would start putting a positive slope on the 9-period moving average. We'll also be getting rid of some of these candles over the next wee while and replacing them with higher ones. So this will have actually like the path of least resistance on the 9-period moving average is to start sloping up. If prices start moving up along with it, then it could have some momentum, which is what we like to see on trending moves. So for example, here we were below it previously. There was no open close below it. There was actually a bullish engulfing candle on the weekly there. And will that be something we experience this week? Well, on the weekly time frame, we can see that above us, along with candle closes, which may be called support and resistance, traders brought the close of that day and that week in at around those levels. So you could say that that would be resistance with that price above us in at that 204 level. Then afterwards, you have a couple of Fibonacci's, one at 207, and then the golden pocket of the current retrace we're on from around 212 to 215, which is also confluent with more opens and closes, both on the weekly time frame here. But that's really where, along with these other rays, you can see these horizontal rays. These are from Fibonacci's on other areas of the chart, which we could talk about later. I'm sure we will as we drop through the time zones. Zones, periods, pardon me. And as you can see, there's like a sort of dearth of action in and around these levels. Once you've broken this sort of level, although you've got wicks, they do all come all straight all the way up to this 382 on one of these Fibonacci's, and really it's a full retrace on this wee drop down we've had, and it's in around 228 to 232, that sort of area. If we can open and close 4-hour candles above there, your weekly could go all the way higher to 277, 275, and that's the sort of things that you'd be looking at from this point of view right now. A lot of people have been sending me messages and saying like, oh, price to 400 this week and X, Y, and Z. And what do I see on that front? Well, what I would say is that 400 sounds like a nice number, but it doesn't show up on my charts as being like a round number exactly that we're likely to hit. I would say that if we come back up here and start putting in the sort of really, really bullish moves that some people are anticipating. It doesn't necessarily have to finish the week up at those levels, but it could retrace back down to our previous support. But if we do have something crazy, like, and I say crazy as really extreme as represented by the charts, then the technicals say that 268 to 277 is in and around where you might first look to that. If you start breaking those levels, then you've got other support and resistance stopping you, maybe closing high, but that doesn't mean to say that there'll be a lot of orders there on the first pass, and quite easily prices could come up to the 414 extensions, and the ones that you'd be looking at from the dominant fibs are miles up here, they really are, right? So like if it does do like a crazy move, you could be looking up at 700-800s and that sort of price before some sort of a pullback on a weekly close, and so, but that's like gets people excited. And before you get there, like I'd be like to be quite clear about the fact that there are very obvious targets ahead of you in around 480, 343. Around 277, as we said, and then even getting there, you've got to get past this obvious level of what would be resistance. Now, if you do all those things one after the other, sure, you can just work back through them chronologically and you'll see what's next. It's all reasonably straightforward, and it's all based on historical price action, right? It isn't based on predictive technical analysis indicators, because those are fake. And if you're buying them, sure, you might as well be drinking snake oil or eating Tide Pods, right? Because that's not what technical analysis is for. And one day it will trip you up. So that's that. That's on the weekly. And let's go down to today and see. Well, we've drawn out some moves there. We've said, why did we draw these out here at the time? We were talking about the relative range of the candlesticks that we'd come through. We were also talking about where prices are likely to move within these zones. The size of the body candles on the 2-day time frame with opening closes. And you'd likely get 2 to 3 of these in a week, obviously. And so a week's worth of price action, can easily be these bigger candles, but you're like likely only going to get like something similar to what you've gone through before, but that doesn't say all that much in terms of the restriction us from what we're looking at. Daniel Assange, 10 bucks, thank you very much. I don't care about golden pocket retracements, only golden shower retracements. When can I expect the golden shower retracement? Quickly, I'm paying customer. Well, Daniel, golden shower retracement, let's call this would be your down move, and you're looking at that. Let's call that the golden shower. Let's ignore this golden pocket up at 276, right, which is very interesting price target. And you can't emphasize that enough and say, well, let's make it rain. Yeah, let's make it rain above that. Yeah, it's 520, right? So sure, like people are talking about 400, but if you break 276, you're looking at 460, and then you're looking at 525, right? And beyond that, then you're actually across here, and you're looking at like $1,000 and $1,463, and those are your next targets if you break these levels. And if you think that sounds crazy, you're probably not going to like all the things I'm about to go on to say. So when you got down to the 2-day time frame, you look at this sort of candlestick range. Thanks very much, Daniel. And you think, well, that's not unquestionable. It's like quite similar to what we've gone through before. If you look at across here, you can see the support and resistance all match up with that. That's not a coincidence. That's obviously like as a result of each other. And where are they confluent with? Well, it's not just these particular horizontal rays don't come out of my bum, right? They also come from support and resistance. They come from 618s and other Fibonacci's. You can see them here drawn in. If you're interested in seeing a lot of this sort of thing, tune in for a live stream, right? It won't all fit in a clip, especially when I'm going through every time frame. And you can see that here's your 236, it's a yellow, and here's another 236, here's your 618s, here's your 236s. If you're wondering how I set them up, you can like quickly pause the video, I suppose, and say like, here's the Fibonacci levels I've got that I think are relevant for GME. There are others, but these are the chief among us. These are those that dictate price action to a large degree. If you want to see why, tune in a live stream sometime, and I mark them out with different colors for various different reasons. 0.618 now, that should be yellow as it is on those previous fibs, but you didn't see it in that list. Now there it is there, and you can pause that and look at that, and that's the fibs that are relevant for GME at the minute. If you're watching a clip, then yeah, great. And so, right, 2 days, talked about the relative range candle sizes. You can see again that this is like slightly clearer aspect of these Fibonacci's right at the minute. This one here, this is just from our breakdown zone. This is like clearer why it's here on smaller time frames. But the one that's obvious on this time frame is this 236 here, which is this 618 at the top of it. Right now, this comes from our most recent high down to our most recent low, encompasses the entirety of this trend plus whatever sort of a bounce we may or may not be having right now. Prices are at 192.50 now, and I was saying that this could, because this candle just opened just high enough into this one here, that this can now start putting in, like if it puts in 3 subsequent bullish candles, especially if the third one of those or beforehand we close above 204.70 on this 2-day time frame, that'll be a pincer recovery. It'll also look like a fake out drop and could easily confirm this whole thing as a bear trap. And if you do, then prices are likely to take big jumps, and that all matches up with our volatility indicators. And what it says is likely to come over the next short while. So yeah, so this is our Fibonacci that we're looking at. It's like on the 2-day time frame, you can see between the 382, between the 236, and down to the 618. That was all fairly obvious. On the top side, you've got, when you get above the 236, your 0.5 comes in at around our previous levels of resistance when we broke out of it or came up to the top of this cup side of things over here. And then the levels you're really looking to are the 618 and the golden pocket above. Right now, like I say, it's 267 to 277, and that's the area you'd be aiming for on a close above 208, right? So you're like, oh, could go up like 60, 70 bucks on one candle if we just close a candle here that's up, 15 bucks. And that's not as that fits with our Fibonacci's, it fits with these levels of horizontal support and resistance, and it fits with the average true range of the candles that have come before, right? Which is easily by these things here, which are these candles of lengths over here, and they fit in nice and well between these various levels. And you could look at them and draw in more horizontal lines and judge price action on a smaller time frame if you want. We're going to drop down, could look at the daily briefly, but whatever. Yeah, so you can see more clearly now the 236 and the 618 of this little fib that we got between have already come up to it, that sort of area, a couple of times. Close this gap, that's what we wanted to see. Let's move this across so it's not in the way. When it come up, see, so we want to close that gap, and that'll give us what? Move to around 199.50, 2425. You can expect to see that really easily, and then 201.50, touching, at least coming up to this, touch this 618 or 200 type of area on a daily time frame. Could easily do that today and it would mean nothing, be easy, right? It's about closing above there. See if it gets up there and completely collapses, that'd be different, but you've got so many different things below to catch it. 186, and this sort of time frame, now that we're looking at it here, you might be thinking like, well, what is the best entry to get in today? Or it is a daily time frame, so maybe you could stretch that over 2 or 3 days. But below us, you can see that along with the 236, we've got a previous our highest low with regard to a wick is at 187.50 or so, then down 186.70. Beyond that, you've got 100 period moving average on the daily. It's coming in at around 185, and then below there, you've got a body close at 179. And I'd say any of those areas would be fantastic, based on the fact that there's like very, very little likelihood of them happening. Like this is putting in, like I say, when you're looking at the higher time frames, you get 3 positive bullish closes from this beginning, which again has managed to finish within the close of this here. Then you'll put in, like, this will be hugely bullish engulfing. This would be so positive if this plays out. And and I'm talking about higher time frames. And on the way there, it can do it out. It can do it on every little one. And then that's why they call it a pincer recovery, because you look back and it looks like 2 sides. One's purple, the other one's blue in this hand side, so red, green, whatever you're going for. We'll drop down to the 4 hour, and this is a really good time frame for doing technical analysis on GME. Because it tends to move. The candles tend to stick really cleanly within your levels of support and resistance and move between Fibonacci levels. Your predictions, let's call them that, can be relatively robust on this time frame with regards to body candle closes and opens and closes, and also wicks, which we'll go on and take a look at in a minute, or I'll have a drink and you can see it there. It's dead obvious. Mm. So I've been trying this new breathing Red Bull. Doesn't help. Doesn't help at all. Pardon me. You need a pop filler. Oh, you need a pop filler, Jamie. You need this. You need that. Well, trust me, I'll do it all. If you, what I really need is watch time. Right. So look, we're in these smaller time frames. You can see that up at this golden pocket of the Fibonacci that I've drawn out that we're in at the minute. I've got a little green box. And that represents like a liquidity zone. There will be orders coming in on both sides of the trade there, and volume will be higher there than it will be here, despite the fact that I'd say this would be a better entry. You know, you're tested the 200 on 4 hour. You've got like obviously bullish engulfing starting here. There you go at 197. Bing, bing, bing. Like I usually do. Traditionally, I do this at market close just so that people can see the predictions coming through as I make the clips and whatnot. But here we go, making an early clip, and we've got the same thing on the go, right? And like, what did I just say? Well, if you don't remember, you can rewind it 2 minutes and you'll look at it and see where prices are going to. Or, I don't know, maybe it's less time than that. Anyway, so this is a bullish engulfing candlestick pattern. It's also putting in quite a clear trajectory on it. It's a great reaction between the 236 and the 6 and the, pardon me, 618, 236 of this Fibonacci. You know, you break it, you're down to the 618. Which previous levels. Pardon me, but what does it matter, right? You don't need to understand me all that clearly, right? Just when I say the numbers, 197.04. A big buy, says somebody. Big buy. Big buy, right? Well, somebody tuning in this channel, likely, because there are quite a number of people who tune in this channel who've got quite a surprising number of shares. It's hilarious, to be honest. Right, so like I say, it's the story of the 236s, 618s. Hodling down the line, guys. Thank you, Tradespotting. You're welcome, buddy. Gaston, you're a legend, mate. Thanks so much for all your support. Yeah, keep hodling, right? You know, you're doing all this hard work now, and it has been hard work persisting through this downward price action, mentally fatiguing, I understand. Don't like put that all that hard work, don't think it's paid off just when prices get like back above your entry or back above where they were like a couple of weeks ago.
The voices.
This is the beginnings, right? This is the beginnings. So people are telling you like, we've already won, so somehow that means the story's over. It's like, nah. I mean, how many stories have you guys read, right? That's not how stories work. And this is the greatest story ever told about the greatest show we've ever seen. Trademarked. 195.63 is like a very good level on this time frame. Finishing above the 9-period moving average would be great. You open and close above there on the 4-hour time frame, which we've got 3 hours essentially left of. So it may well be that we see some price action higher than that before we return here. But I'm not going to predict every move by the hour for the whole day, because trust that you half of you will turn up and think I'm a witch and you'll drown me around the corner, right? Just to test your theories. And I know how these things work because I've seen it myself. Right, so there's your 4 hours, and you're looking to recover these areas, right? You get an open and close above 201, that'd be fantastic, but that'll take us till the end of today to confirm those sort of things. So what do I think about that, as if it's realistic or not realistic? Well, I think it's very, very, very realistic. It's very realistic. Yes, so your moving averages, that's one of the things that change on this time frame. We can also take a look at the DMI. And what does the DMI do? Well, Rocky Outcrops DMI, along with measuring the strength of trend and identifying the dominant trend and showing you divergence, also gives you a hint with regards to volatility. Now, that hint isn't as a volatility momentum, but more so as an incredibly accurate tool for predicting price moves, which can go, and I've seen him do it on Bitcoin, do in seconds, say, here's the move, and it's going to move 15%, and then it's going to come back, right? And so it moves 15, comes back, right? So about 30% move in total, and does it nearly to the cent. And now, if you don't know how this indicator works, in that, generally speaking, it's one of the best indicators you can use anyway, just base levels, with all the little additions he's made to it. It's just super simple to use. Now, when I say simple, I mean it's simple in terms of it makes what is previously very, very complicated complicated picture really accessible to people who are even beginning to use. So I think it's fantastic. And on this indicator, you can see that your ADX has come down. It's given us the best signal for a new trend beginning. We can see that previously, like with the higher low price action coming in lower, our ADX now starting to turn around. As that was happening, there was a new trend coming as we were making that low. So that means, to my mind, that any volume we see since is starting volume, that the trend is now going to be in the ascendancy, is the bulls, and you can see that with the positive slope on the DI plus and the negative slope on the DI minus. Now, it is quite hard to see that, especially if you're in a really brightly lit room like I am. So I'll just like briefly flash the color there. You can see it has blue. You see it's taken a severe downturn, right? Whereas the green one at the same time as the AD plus, it's picked up. DI minus, it's dropped down. ADX strengthening at a very steep angle, steeper than previously, with the same sort of excellent signal with regards to price action. You can see the crossover and how that went here. You can see how it turned out to be really, really high. That was on the 26th of May. And it looks like we're getting that same signal given on the 4 hour here, 26th of May. Web prices on the 26th of May. Bump, 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 that sort of thing, right? So you're getting this sort of a move, right? That sort of thing, which was how many dollars? 139 to 206. So like 100% increase in price coming from the sort of signal that this is starting to give now, having previously told us that there was going to be this sort of a drop. Right now, that sort of an indicator for free, fantastic. And not only does it come with free, it comes with lifetime customer support and lifetime educational backup from Rocky, who does this 24/7 on his channel, and all he wants to do is help people. It's quite incredible. So that's the 4 hours. Got a good picture of what's going on there. You can see the targets like even more clearly with the gaps between them, and understand why we'd see price action moves in such violent and large candle body open closes in advance, right? So when everyone gets all excited about X, Y, and Z happening, and that, it's like you can say chill your boots. We already knew all this was happening because we understand the technicals. Or at least I saw it on the internet there one day, right? So 15 minutes, 194.40. Do I think that that's a pullback that will be bought up? Yes, I do. We're above again on the 15 minutes. You can see now touching the 9-period moving average as we've got a positive slope on a number of them, crossing above the 55, crossing above the 100, dink off the 200. We normally do that. It's also coming up at the bottom of that gap. Let's go up there and fill that to around 299.50, 98.50. Then we'll go on up to 201 areas, touch that, and see how we come back with regards to this 200 is likely to surprise support, bouncing back and forth. And we'll not make too many predictions on it yet. And Jamie, why don't you stick on the VWAP? Because what the I mean, are you day trading this? Are you? Are you taking trades on this that you're going to do on a maximum like the 15-minute chart, and you're going to hold for maximum 3 open body closes on that chart? Otherwise, there are so many better tools to do your technical analysis on. Now, come on, let's fight. Let's fight, TA people. Come on, fight me, TA people. Come on, right? Now, it's just an honourable fight, right, where we just pit ourselves against each other, use price action as a judge and that. Come on, fight me. Somebody. And why is this one not go the full way, Jamie? We'll look at the support and resistance over here, right? It's at once, and then it was twice before it broke down. It was another breakdown. It was twice before it broke up. That was obvious. And it also does here and here and here. Right? So there's that 15 minutes only, but that's what you got. 194.40. There you got the 200 touching there. That's that coming down. And we've talked about price targets. We've talked about where things are likely to go on the weekly and 4 hour. We'll work down through these things. We only really looked at the Rockies outcrops DMI, but then what more do you need, right? It's fantastic. I mean, we could also talk about other things, right? Now that we're here, we could turn on, let's say something simple. Some people like simple little things, right? Simple. There's the MACD. Zoom out, give us 30 minutes, see what it says. Right, price action below the 200. We need to get up there. Looks like that's where we're headed. I can see it happening in one big candle like that, as we've talked about. The MACD is giving us a positive cross down here. Is that a buy? Well, the momentum, the divergence. Possibly it is, considering the divergence that it's put in. And the other things that were going on with that trend on the higher time frames, it certainly was a buy for various reasons. So, let's say that that's confirmed. We'll need to see in my mind, if you have not yet bought this yet, you've got 2 ways of entering GME this week. Waiting for a retest of like 191 or all those L levels we talked about at the start of the clip. 191 would be what I would think would be the, if you're not greedy and you just want in, that's like below where it is now and you'd be happy with it, but you might not get that, right? And it might be that today's the last day you're able to get below $200. It may well be. It'd certainly be good for the bullish thesis to see a lot of days subsequently closing above 200 en route to the 16th of July. That would be really, really positive. Can you show me the fib circles? And I used them, watched the video last night, just wanted to see live. No problem, Mama Jam. I'll definitely do that. I'll finish this clip and then slap them out. And if you're somebody watching along and you want to know how to do any particular type of technical analysis, just come on and ask me and I'll do it, and I'll do it on GME for you too, so you get a full broad picture. Maybe you're good at something and you want to see how somebody else does it, and if you're good at it and you want to tell me stuff and I can learn, then I'm all open for that too. But there isn't, is there? Isn't anybody like that out there, is there, yo? Thanks very much for tuning in. Thanks for stopping by. If you're a subscriber, love you. Thanks. Watch time, likes, comments, all that stuff, really appreciate it. And if you're just stopping by and you haven't met me before, well, it was great to introduce myself. Why don't you come and introduce yourself on a live stream? Be great to see you. And if I can help, I certainly will try. Thanks. That was Tradespotting. Oh, I'll play that music. Yeah, I've got this song. It's amazing. Bing bong, the price is wrong. Bing bong, price is wrong. See you next time. So I made a clip. Was that good? I did a clip. Folks. I did a clip. I'll upload that in a second. Bad Mama Jam, I wanted to see these. Fib circles. They are craziness in disguise. Dum 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 dum. Bum 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 bum. Boom boom boom. Right, so okay, fib circles. Got my mind made up. Right, where are they? They're here. Bonk, bonk, binkity bonk. Well, like most of your Fibonacci tools, you take them and you follow your trend from high to low, follow the trend, high to low, and high to low. And you can take anything, right? So downtrend, uptrend, whatever you think is the most dominant one. You can do a study in confluences. As you can see, that you'll so very often see on my charts, what looks like a mess. Fair enough, right? Looks like a mess. And that's the same with every desk I've ever had, right? I've had a number of people who were bosses and that, and the odd one or two were stupid enough to tell me what they thought and stuff. And sometimes it was like the state of my desk or whatever, right? But it was rarely the state of my charts. What's your opinion on GME's 1 year OBV? I'm not really interested in OBV all that much, especially not over a yearly time frame. I think it's a useless indicator, and I've got way better ones that I've spent years ignoring the OBV. I'll tell you my opinion on the OBV is that new people use it all the time and then they stop using it and they never go back to using it again. It's similar with the MACD, right? Fib circles will tell you this, nobody fucking uses them and they're way more crazy than OBV, but hey, they got a purpose in the world, right? So that you draw them and then as you can see, they come out like this here. Now, they also obviously depend high lows, right? That's how I'll drop it in a second and whatnot. And I'm not going to draw it from the top to the low, because that would think that this was a downtrend or something. And it obviously isn't, especially not in the log chart. But you might initially, so what I'm trying to do is show what they'll initially look like to you. Might be not all one color. I can't remember. I think they come out like 1980s style bands, and and they've got like a background on them too, I'm pretty sure, and it's like bleh. Some people like it on, so if you've got the lines, that's what is important. Anyway, so basically, essentially, you can do your settings there and you draw them from high to lows and they look like that, so don't be afraid when you first see them. Right, so let's draw one, right? Here's a low here, there's a low, there's a high. Obviously, there's a whole lot of price action still gone through there, and you're not getting all that much in terms of concentric circles on the outside yet. And you can see here where they are. It's like on its own, this circle doesn't really mean much, but you're starting to draw things out here. And while there are a number of concentrics to go yet, as you can see, they're all Fibonacci levels, and some are more important than others. As it can also be said with the these are Fibonacci retracements. So those numbers again would be the 236.5. I'm not saying important, generally speaking. Like, these are generally speaking more important than the others, but all pigs are equal. The point in this is the one this asset tends to play between. So that's not it. Why did I do that? Oh no, I can't find the right shade of grey. It's such a hard colour to match. Toys. Right. Pardon me, Jeepers McScribbers. You keep doing that, right? Like I would. That one. As you can see, they're all just 618s. I've got, I don't know if this is standard, but I would have changed it if it wasn't. And then this one should perhaps be, if it's going to be that, I'd have it as a 414, but generally speaking, I wouldn't have this on, but here it is. Now it's on. There you go. So that's how you draw your fib circle right now. That's just one. It doesn't tell you that much because we've gone through the majority of the places that would be interesting. And on the way there, you weren't learning anything from these things. And essentially, it's just giving you a picture for like the echoes of what it might do in future. It's in and of itself isn't all that useful. You can then say in these little trends, what does your fib circles look like and where do they match up with things? And let's say you take, who's that? Once a liquidation starts and a computer takes over a short ladder, attacks drop off. Will this make TA predictions easier? Can you speak to what may happen? Yeah, sure thing, Jay. Essentially, the TA is the same all the time. It's always as easy and as robust, regardless of anything that's happening, because it's those things that are happening that drive the picture. It's just the more things that are happening, the more drivers at once can sometimes make things look confusing, but in the end they're all something that's manifesting on the charts, and all of those things give us information. And although it seems as though sometimes, like on your side of the computer, when you're looking at your account, that everything out there is like inherently impossible to predict and understand, and so TA is this way of doing that to some degree, and sometimes it can seem like magic, but once you get really into this thing, or alternatively get a job, and you can see there's like loads and loads of people doing this sort of stuff all the time on these charts, and all the charts like it, and they're using it to make their decisions, which they say, well, I can see that because there's like moving between the 236 and the 618, right, that's where I'm going to program my bot to buy and sell when we break those levels on this Fibonacci 4-hour high and low, then start drawing new fibs, and then within there aim for these targets and take this risk reward and use for these signals and this crossover and whatnot. And I've tried all these sort of bots myself, and none of them are ever doing as good over a period of time as I do, and often they'll cost you loads of money by doing shit wrong. So pardon me, say sheet again. Like, you shouldn't be doing the wrong sheets. Right, so this is a Fibonacci circle. Why am I talking about these? Oh yes, Babamaj asked, and somebody asked about the TA thing, and I'll talk about that. And short ladder attacks. You can see this is short ladder attacks. I've used this terminology a couple of times because, right, who cares really? Traders are all like, oh, don't say it like this, say it like that. And it's like, well, I mean, you invented these phrases, and they're all stupid. Like, none of them mean what they say. They mean like, right, moving average, convergence, divergence. Like, that's as close as it gets. Like, relative strength index. Like, it's not an index for a start. Right, that's a silly name. Directional movement index. It's not an index. You know, like, these names are all wrong. Fibonacci based time zone. Like, does that even make sense? Yeah, people like insist that you use the correct terminology. Anyway, yes. So I don't know why I got into that subject. You were talking about short ladder attacks, yes, and a lot of people will tell you there's no such thing, and it's like, all right, cool, but people fade the price. They do it every morning, and they do it most evenings too, and that's what people are talking about, right? So stop getting on people, just acting like you. I know the words, so I know something you don't know. 'Cause I know the words, right? Well, I know some words too, mate. I'm not saying them today though, right? What did I just draw there? Oh, whoops. Subcircle of doom. Right. You know, the charts get messier and messier and messier, but this is the way it happens. This is what happens. And we can draw some different fib circles in here, and you know, you can draw them from low to high, high to low. You know, so some people tend to stick to the one side of things, right? So they can say like, this is my, and I'm bullish, so I'm going to draw bearish. I'm going to draw all of my patterns and all my technical analysis from a bearish thesis, and when I've been defeated, then I'll know to flip long, right? Which is fine. That's entirely risk management based technical analysis. Totally understand that, buy into that. People do that a lot. That's cool. Not the way I do it though. Right, so we'll look for another one from here, and there's your high, and it's like, but this isn't very good, Jamie. Yeah, it's true, it's not very good, but no, that would be one. It's useless now. If you're in it at the time, you'd say like, look, we've drawn it to our low. If this was our high, you did it when you came back through your 236 of the Fibonacci here. After you'd drawn it, this was valid, and it gave you this circle, this concentric circle. Happened to like not just catch the top of it after you've drawn it, but got a test of it here, got a test of it here. Once it broke on this huge candle here, when it started to like curve back in again, price was Oski touching the 236 here. Once it broke through it again, you know, like after it breaks through each concentric circle, you can see there is a direction change, right? From here, like obviously it's still going the same direction, but it's a completely different angle. And then again, that was then up, and then here, just like different angle, and then up again, right? And now you can see how tight it was here, and those tight concentrics. And then after it broke through it, whoa, big moves. Caught again at this one here, touching it as you go through right now, and that's the bigger fib from before. And it's like, do fib circles work or not? Well, I mean, if you have got done and done other technical analysis, and you add this on top, right? Well, you can see already it's giving you something, you know. And then, like, let's say you did it from here, and you were like, right, take it down to like this low, and then you've got more, and you can see here, like, there's gains at these levels, and it's keeping it at these levels, at the 236 and at the 618, as you go through the 236 and the 618 concentric circles, and it's like, maybe price action is going to start corkscrewing, which it then did, right? It did, and then your fib circles get slightly easier, to be honest, right up here. Down here, and you can see you broke through it, down, you broke through it, down, broke through it, onto the next one, up there, and you can see, and that's what often happens on your 618. It's like bink, bink, bink. And so it's kind of handy if you're trading these things. And also, like, some people think it's kind of makes you look crazy, so it's great. You know, if somebody comes along you don't like, just draw a fib circle on your chart, and they'll likely leave you alone and go away from your monitor. So there's your low, there's your high, following price action along. You can match that up with your fib levels of where we're at the minute, and you can zoom, like, you can take that, right, we're on the daily chart there, but we'll take this down, done that high to low, and we'll keep it on the daily because we're here at the minute. And you've got like a number of different indicators on the chart at once now, and people say that's a mess. It's like, well, we've talked through them. You can see that the blue lines, these horizontal rays, come from our 236 and our 618 Fibonacci levels across the different timelines. You can see that our moving averages, the simples and exponentials are all coming in, and they're giving you a relatively clean picture below the 9 here, taking it down. It was held by the 55 until such times as it wasn't, and it went straight to the 100. Right now, you break above the 9 period again, you'll want to put in an open and close above it. It'll also come out with a recross back up above the 55. You could put on 20 period moving average, and then you get slightly more detail about this with regards to what might happen next on the upside. Yeah, and it comes into the 236, which is around $207. So you can already see, and that's the same length as this candle that we draw as a true range. So it's like, does it go to 200? Yeah, probably goes to 207. Touch that 20 period, come back down, maybe sit on the 55, and then you're the fight for 200, which will be the story of this week. At least the first half of it, you would imagine, even if prices go on, right? That's still how the trilogy begins. And then you can see, like, as these, like, I mean, this is the drawing that I've put in with these candles. Like, just so happens to be when I was saying where it was likely to happen in my estimation of previous price action, how the pattern will evolve. They just happen to, that's a pure coincidence that they're all coming up on these concentric circles. So, like, but then Everything I do seems to happen with this asset. I don't know why that is at the minute. But yeah, on that note, and just to push this luck, I'll say, yeah, you are looking at a Fibonacci extension target this week. That there will be a violent move. I want it to be sustained. It might not be, right? And if it's only to 207, that's going to be like, me, right? I want it up at like 217, 218. And then I want it testing 228, 232. So when I want it testing, I want it breaking it, and I want it going to 276. And this week for 276, I'd really like to see that. You know, I was saying 3 weeks ago that that's the sort of thing that I'd like to see over the next 3 weeks. And there's reasons off chart for that too that would be really good. And I'm not talking about my fucking position, I'm talking about the options chain and liquidity and essentially your safety. Some people out there's safety. So yes, so why we talked about those targets for those reasons. That's where it's at. Everybody happy with that? That's some extra information. Hope that was some use to people. Fib circles on top of things. Let's draw some more of them in, you know, like see where more information's coming. Here's your high. There's your low. See that's price action has ticked off here. It's touching back up. You've got a Fibonacci circle. It'll probably come and reach out with the bottom of our candle hitting the bottom of it. Then you're looking at 195, 196 again. And 195, 196, 195, 196. Why is my ticker there? It was supposed to be giving people the price all the time. This was handy, and I thought this is a great invention. Nobody else is doing this, and it's true they aren't. Now they're going to start doing it better than me, and I'll get none of the credit as usual. Where are oh no, my God, it's telling me. I really, really don't care about your fund analysis trading view. Like, couldn't care less about what down. I went up when I should have gone down. Is that right? Have I done something here? I have. I've got this thing on. Go away. There. Hey, you got a member. Scott Tompkinson has become a member. Thanks so much. It's really amazing way of supporting the channel. Really helps. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Scott Tompkinson. Scott Tompkinson. Thank you so much, Scott Tompkinson. For a while, when I was at university, I lived next to a guy called Mr. Tompkinson, and he was a train driver, and he was a very nice guy. Oops. Oh, I'm so dodgy with this thing, eh? A bit dodgy with this thing. Thanks so much, Scott. That's really appreciated. Everybody, a big welcome to Scott. Thanks. Thank you so much. It's really appreciated. Some days, when I do this thing, I put in loads and loads of time, and you know, it's covered as the same viewers all the time, and I don't want them to be donating all the time and that, but like, so the same people, you know, would rather it was a bigger audience so it was more sustainable and all the rest of it. So everybody that shares it and then brings in their friends and whatnot, that's really appreciated. And also, look at that mess in the background behind me now. Wow, that is crazy. That's going to really annoy some people. And oh yes, so and on those days when not much is like that way, it's still well worth doing it in chat because I know that I'm helping all the members. You're helping me, and thanks very much. And these are all really good to each other in chat with answering each other's questions and keeping each other pumped and all that stuff. So I appreciate every one of you. Thanks. And there's some hellos. That's nice. Right. So that's that. I'm going to put this slightly differently now. What will I do? Because this is terrible. I'll do a new chart layout on GME. I'll show you what I'm thinking. Draw a clean picture, and I'll go make myself a cup of coffee and quickly use the little boy's room. The little boy's room. It's quite a big room, and not really designed for boys. So look at this. Such a clean, nice little Fibonacci on such an easy wee little chart there, but we're not going to be on daily. We're going to be daily. We're going to do it on the 15 minutes, James. James, why not the 15 minutes, James? James, why don't you just do it on the smaller time frames, James? You know how the chat likes the smaller time frames. What about the 1 minute chart? Well, we'll drop down there. I haven't drawn our fibs right. Well, at least we'll make a compromise. We'll compromise with the crazy folks, and I'm crazy, right? So if I'm calling you crazy, you are messed up. Tough luck. If I'm calling you crazy, tough luck, because you're really, really crazy. Right. 236 above 218. That's what I want to get. 236 Fibonacci on our drop down to our most recent high to our most recent low, going left to right on our Fibonacci, using only those levels in our sequence which are relevant to this asset, we can see that the 236 comes in, that's the 236 Fibonacci level. It comes in at 218.30. So that's where we would like prices to get above. In the meantime, there's lots of little areas that we can focus on. But this is a big area, right? So this is a big area. We'll leave this on. We'll not draw any lines. We'll just take this other tool, which I like using this tool. Most people don't use this, but I'm going to use it now. Where are you? Get out here. It's on this, isn't it? It is on this one. It's not. I told you it was, but I didn't. It isn't. Erg. This is my one I like to use, but I don't ever get to use it enough, and then I don't know where it is anymore. That's not it. Here it is. Yes, it's on my favourites list. I could have just gone there. Well, that'll teach me to love myself a little bit more, I suppose, won't it? Well, actually, turn on our exponential moving average. Where have they gone? Where have our EMAs gone? Oh, it's because it's a fresh chart. I can see that. I see that, yes. Damn. Thank you very much, Senor Crown. I'm using yours. Most certainly am. Yes, yes, yes. Look at that. Look at how it's so obvious how they work. It's so good, isn't it? It's like, I love technical analysis. I really do. Right. Shut up, phone. Unless it's you, Mum. Then I'm sorry. Didn't mean that. Ah, sugar. It's loads of people. Loads of people that I love. Right. No, not 20. 9. Yes, thank you very much. Why 9? Because I like the 9, okay? Right. So we've got our moving averages on. This is where I'm going to leave this chart, so I'll show you like quite interesting things on that, and then I'm not leaving. I'm just going to turn the kettle on, use the bathroom, and be back in a second. Jamie, what are you saying? I don't know. Forecast, yeah. So I'm thinking there'll be a move, and we'll go from here, and it'll take us to 618. Jamie. Up here to around 618. Do I fuck think it's going to... flop. Feckity, well. Now, that was a song. That was the start of a song. Now, it doesn't matter if it's part of a song, right? Because it was the start of a song. I'm singing, try to be happy. You can't punish me for that. 192.77. 192.77. I think that's good. No, was it earlier? It was higher, Jamie. Yeah, but we touched 200 there and came back. Retrace, get a buy, and it's gone up again a wee bit. And that's what's going to keep happening. Cotton Eye Jimmy, where did you come from? Where did your cotton eye come from? What is a cotton eye? Anyway, that sounds rank. Right. So put a number of points to bet. Jamie's not effing leaving. Oh, look, there's a Senor Frostcrest, my lord. Frosty, how's it going, Frosty? Hey, Frosty, I've got new rules. I've got a rule that only look at stuff other than GME if people pay me to do it. But when they pay me to do it, it's like reasonable, right? Because you're probably trading the thing, and if you're not prepared to put in $5 for somebody who's going to tell you where it's going, likely, or at least give you my thoughts on it, then you don't deserve my TA. So, and that's just the way it is, right? And is that arrogant? No, it's not. Right? It's just that's the way it is. It's the truth. And but to prove that it is the truth, if anybody does want to look at anything, I'll do TA on 2 to 3 time frames of any asset you want, and I'll also write it up what it is and make a clip out of it. So so you'll have that if that's something you want, and I'll get round to doing it like when suits my flat white ass, right? That and that's that. So those are the rules, right? And when I say ass, that was the donkey, right? So no, again, it's not a swear word. So if you think it is a swear word, you're wrong. Okay, you're wrong again. You know, do you enjoy this? Right. Yeah. So there's a retrace, right? It might come in as low as 191 something. It's already like well on its way there. So there's kids outside. Can kids be outside? How can kids be outside? They should be at school. No, they should have finished school. Congratulations, kids. You're finished school. Tradespotting, do you have rules posted so I can get acclimated? Nah, but I just told you them, my lord. Anybody wants me to look at something, they have to pay for me to look at that thing. Reasonable amount of money. They can, of course, do it afterwards if they want. They can say like, "Oh, do some TA," and then afterwards I'll do team whether it's worthy or not, and that's fine, right? And it's just I don't want to be taken off GME to cover loads of different things and be accused of being a paper hander and all the nonsense that comes with me when I talk about other things, right? So like, let's turn it into something useful for the channel where I can then start growing the things and make them better. So like, if anybody wants me to look at anything else, I'll happily do it. But like, chuck out a couple of pennies this direction. There's no real no limit or that. Doesn't matter. And like, don't want to be arrogant about it. And like, I'll also accept it afterwards if you think the TA was good. And if you don't think it's good, that's totally legitimate. That you don't have to pay for it. That's all fine. That's all cool. But those are the general ideas. And like, I'm just telling you, my lord, so that you can pass the message on if you feel like it. You don't have to. Your job is to make friends and make people feel comfortable. So you don't have to do that nevas. And like, really, it's not really a rule. It's just what I kind of thought of it like as I was speaking there. What's of it? Okay, gotcha. For some reason, I thought you also meant to no swearing was a new rule as well. Yeah, no, that came out at the same time because I've been trying to stop the swears. Tradespotting. Look, Queen Bee, you don't have to do this thing. See, there are exceptions to the rule. Powell, pretty please. It never went below to the sevens, so a good entry at 823-ish, or is it even going back there, you think? Right, well, let's have a quick look at that. Oops, got another forecast on the chart. That one's going back in time. That's not the way prices work. Right, so do I think it's going to get all the way up here? Yeah, 217 from here. That's a big Jimmy. What? It's like, yeah, well, within that, there'll be other ones. Now, get into power 2 seconds. Quimby. Right, they're going to do the Quimby. Right, that was the low that died. You're going a downtrend from here, right? Like, let's Fibonacci, let's see it from there. It isn't really from there, right? It's actually like lower high, lower high, lower high. It's actually from up there. That's the only legitimate one, but and this 15 minutes trend not really changing there. But you could say this breakdown point, and if you wanted, then you would say around here, but then we'll take the wick anyway. Yeah, we have to. And they come down to the bottom. And you can see that this 236 of the Fibonacci here, which we may be operating in the smaller time frames, in around 19250. So beating that area is why this forecast is like here, this general area, and taking us up to there. And there are other places we could stop in advance of that in around 20450. That is one. And then down again at around 190. We already touched, but just above it there. This one is another area where it could be the prices dinkity bing bong. Let's stop being so wrong. Swearing is an essential part of the analysis. Cheers. Daniel Groves, how's it going, my friend? Thank you very much. Kim Robbins, Jamie does amazing tea and is an awesome person. Wow, thanks, Kim. You're so nice. That's really nice of you. You mutate Nation UK, great question. Number of theories there. What's the question? And the Hawker, you legend. Hey, buddy. Hope you're well. I'm doing good. How was your weekend? I'm suffering from a physical and emotional hangover. Oh, no. Physical and emotional. Right, well, tell you what, D, right? F that S, right? That emotional hangover. Jeez, you got new stuff coming around the corner, right? Choo-choo. Put that stuff to the back of your mind, right? It was great and it was good and you enjoyed it and you felt the fullness of it. Let's now forget about that and think about all the new things to come, right? You can't be bothered with this crap emotional hangover. You don't need any of that, buddy. And then, yeah, so F that. And then the physical one, like you need to just relax. And if you've got stuff you need to get through instead, it's like, well, more power to you and it'll be over soon. And I'll be here. So no need for a hangover, Joe. It's the start of a whole new week with fun things happening and a whole new perspective on things. It's going to be good, I expect. And then Queen Bee wanted me to look at the pow, 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 pew, 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 pew. Never got back to the sevens. Well, never say never. That's what I say. Right, where is this? I need to go and do everything else. But the Queen Bee paid $10 and I was going to do written TA as well. This freaking 853. Is it a good entry? Did come back. Came back to 797. What do you mean the sevens? There's in the sevens. Where's the TA I drew on this? Eh, that's what I want to know. Like, and it is because I did a lot of drawing on it. Right. I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna see if I can save this GME chart, which I have now done simple drawings on, sort of ones that I can leave, watch the boil the kettle and come back to. And I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to check I've not got a saved POW. I don't like people walking around my window back and forth, which is happening right now. So I'm not going to go and be aggressive. It's just somebody walking around. Chill out, Jamie. What's wrong with you? Right. So why am I here? Why am I here? It was to save this chart. Save now. Well, I want to save it as something. I'll rename it. Clean. GME. Clean GME? Well, I'll do it in a minute, right? It's good enough for now. And then if I go check if I was on a different chart, and then does that give me the POW one? Go up this, and then I go. I got a POW one that's saved like this. Have I? This is too much to hope for. I don't know if this works either. If not, it's not. I can just do it again. It's not the end of the world. Oh my goodness, it did come back. So we're just recovering this 236. This is not recovering it. We got caught below it. That's the daily time frame. You can see that that's where we've got a big drawing here. There must be something in this Queen Bee. Can you please use my memory for me? Because I'm not very good at it. We also had a time-based fib zones, and we thought that it might come up in here around these times. That one was very close. Move then, having missed it, was more violent. That's what happens with this fib-based time zones. People say it doesn't work, and I'll tell you, look, there's 3 or 4 rules to them, and if you incorporate them in there, it really actually does. Like, I honestly would urge someone who cares about DA, like, not to dismiss things out of hand because they look stupid, because chances are you look stupid, mate. Right, 850. Is 850 is a good entry? It depends, on this time frame you're not really going to get open close confirmations for a while. I think it would maybe be a bounce down, right? This is a test of strength, and I'd expect to see it come around here. You've not got a signal yet in the 4-hour MACD. You've also got, what does it say here? It says here you got a kiss, but the ADX is going down, but that's down representing the trying to cover the 50. See how the ADX performs around here, right? There's one thing to look out for. It's hard to take a trade right now on this. This is 4 hours, so you're not going to get close for 2 hours or something, but to look at it and see how it behaves around that center line on the DMI on the 4 hour is interesting. On the 1 hour there, you've already got the positive strengthening, but the ADX still going down. Nope, that's the dominant trend taking over, and that's 38. If that's the 4 hour, you might also see on the 1 hour this recover the 38, and if it does that as this trend continues, then this is a buy, but we'll see. You'll have to open and close. Well, it's got an open and close above this on the 9 period, and it's just caught on the 55 there, and it's had a positive cross, and it was below the center line, and it was above the 200, and that was probably a good buy in at around that 798 level. What was this level? 774. This is the low down here. This is this area, 824. There's also that area for it to be caught off. This is like your best retest, perhaps. Perhaps you get 819, but like if you did, that would be a buy, and it would be worthwhile buy with risk management with your stop in at around 759. Sorry, 95. Even though you've got the 200 there, if you want a little bit more on your biscuit and you don't mind, like you could even put your stop at like 789, 780. Then you've got another stop down there at 769. Well, this is your stop, right? It doesn't really matter how you take your trade, really. Where is the long position? There's just so many entries, right? There's this green one, there's this yellow one, and then like there's nothing until such times as you're down here, really, in which case you've got the 200 and you've got this area. So like if you get the 795s areas again, that's good with a tight stop. Or alternatively, you're desperate to get in and you think it's going up, then fortunately this is what you're looking at with regard to a stop. 1.12. That's not enough on that. Where are you looking for in terms of resistance here? It may be that you have to take some profit on that trade just to be safe at around 884 should you enter at 830. That means it's only a 0.93 risk reward, and with your stop there, it's not something I would take, right? So, but if you're looking at this and you think, oh, it's just quite possible it's going up to like around to the 911, then you've got a 1.4 risk reward. That's doable, especially if you've got the 30-minute MACD on your favour, have you? No, you're below the 200, but you've had a nice cross. So we'll see how that goes. It might have a retest and then get it. And if it was down here, it won't be getting it. It'll be below it. So turn off that MACD. It's the momentum over a period of time is positive anyway. So this being a lower low, there's divergence there, true, I think, on that DMI. Let me just check this. Yep. This divergence, this has got some strength in it. Okay, so you could expect this easily then, I think, to make this move, right? That would be your target there, at least up to 910. But actually that divergence speaks to making a move like this over a period of time. You'd have to have the golden balls to hold it, perhaps, because there'd be maybe a violent retrace during this move. But actually it looks like it's going to 969. 969? 969? Yes, I should have made a clip of that. Blooming heck. Right. I'll make a clip quickly and then I can publish both of them as I'm eating lunch or something. What am I doing? I don't know. Bum 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 bum. Bang bong. This is a clip. Bing bong, the price is wrong. I'm making clips of my technical analysis, right? So we're looking at Powell because Queen Bee in the chat asked to have a look at it. She's a legend, and we've had a look at Powell a couple of times, and we've been thinking it might be getting some momentum now. So we're looking at it on daily time frame. We can see that come in, it's recovered the 9-period moving average. It's got put in a test of it there. It looks bullish. It's also had to like reasonable reasonable. It's caught this demand line, right, which seems to be persisting in this uptrend, like, which is signified by a red line, which I'm going to delete because we don't like red lines, nor do we like diagonal lines. So that's it. On daily, it looks like it may be turning around, putting in something positive, and you can see there's a long position on the chart there. Also, this is important right now. That would be like a bit of a cheeky entry getting in down there. It may be that you have to wait and see this recover the 236 on this drop from our most recent highs, which would be in around 857. You know, getting that above there, open and close on a 4-hour might good, and then you might get a last 4 hours of today might go well. The move I'd expect to be taken off this because it's got a degree of positive divergence on the lower time frames, which we'll look at in a second, extends beyond what you might normally see horizontal resistance if you're looking at this on pure on just this chart, just this time frame, and looking at that, you might think, well, that 618 is like ambitious enough as it is. And I understand, and then you've got the golden pocket and whatnot, but you've also got this downward sloping supply line over here that I predict the prices will come in around. It may take a while for us to get there. It may be that these all match up at the same place and prices slowly take the stairs rather than lift up here, but let's have a look at that on the smaller time frames. On the 4-hour, you can see caught by the 55. We're underneath the 9 period. If we can open and close above that, this move could be on without even getting this entry on this long position. But like, we like a little chocolate on our biscuit around here, and we like our risk reward to be in our favor, and we hate leaving too much on the table for a stop loss, and this is already as good as I'm prepared to take off it. So that's what we'd like to see to make this as good as possible. And if we don't get it, there's plenty of other things that we can trade. Here's your 236, right? Open and close above that's the second kind of trade. You've not got as much as we move on it. You've got a bigger stop loss. It isn't as profitable. It is more risky. It isn't my sort of thing. You might take profits along the way, right? You might take something, if you took this trade, you might take something at 888, all eights. You might take something again at 910. You might look up to 940 to be closing it. Some people would take it all the way to 973. Other people will open that trade and hold it using a stop loss to manage any exits so that they'd never limit themselves on the top side. And that's a good way of handling trades if you're brave, right? So you drop from the daily. Was that the daily or was it the 4-hour? I think that was the 4-hour. We'll drop down quickly. Look at the 15 minutes. You can see you got a couple of positive crosses coming in, cut by the 200. That's normal. You can also see why this entry doesn't seem all that unreasonable, even though your Fibonacci's and whatnot make it look like you're not going lower. On the other time frames, you can see that's quite realistic, and that realistic is not my favorite word, but it is a word. And you might get an entry in there. You might get a couple of tests of this 200. It's also like short-term resistance here because it was our previous support and we touched it once before going lower. And you can see here there's this previous area of the gap between around 8888 and 910. So that's another reason why you might use that as a profit taking. You can also see there's a degree of liquidity, and subsequently you may get another re-entry in around 8888 if it goes higher, and then you take out, right? So that's a good way to paper hand things if you want to make money. But I don't know, are people paper handing this, or is this a long-term hold? You tell me. If you're into POW and you've seen this clip and you've not seen me before, hi, thanks for stopping by. Hit like and stuff, please. Right, so that's what you're looking at. There's your long position. Run 15 minutes. What's the DMI telling us? Well, you can see this increasing strength. The lows, the ADX pointing up. Your lows on price action still lower. There's a degree of positive divergence there. We did see something similar on the 1 hour. Yep, again, similar deal. ADX, if that's coming in here, right, your ADX can turn around at the 38 and stay in such a dominant and positive trend on the 1 hour. That'd be really positive because you've had a cross on DI plus and DI minus, and that's quite good. And if you look at this on the 4 hour, you can see that again the ADX coming in here. This is the right reason for the second circle, is the center line here. If it turns around here while your your DI plus has regained the dominance, that'd be a classic signal for a buy, right? So that can all happen while on that 4 hour candle subsequent to this one or this one, we make it above 236, and that's a buy for another reason. So this looks like it could do okay, and if momentum was with this today, then it could happen today, and you're looking at, my trades on this are looking at 930. So that's my POW analysis for this sort of thing. I'll make the effort to write that up and post this clip on the Reddit subreddit, Tradespotting subreddit, so that people who are interested in POW are also interested in TA may see the light and get familiar with some GME stuff, which I'm sure everybody who knows about POW already is, but if not, off chance, it little helps for the cause. So that's that, 846 at the minute. Cool. Right, let's go back to GME as for now. That's the GME moon chart now. I understand it looks crazy. No problem. Clean GME. That's what we're going back to. 191.92. This forecast tool maybe seems in the way a little bit too much on the 2-day. Let's drop down. We were going to look at on the 15-minute or the 1 minute, wasn't it? You are still on the scale, linear scale from earlier. I was still on the linear scale from earlier, was I? Sugars. Thanks for pointing that out. Did I set it up so that my Fibonacci's were linked to this scale though? I can just check here and see if I can turn them off or on again. I could go back and check. Well, no, never go back. Well, I'll just do them from now on and see if I'm doing them right or wrong. Why the clip? Did I make the clip and end it? I don't know. Anyway, maybe I'm still filming. Well, I'll have to chop that off if I want to edit, but then I'd have to export and all the rest of it. Well, I mean, nobody watches all my clips anyway. If you do, thanks so much for sticking to the end, even through that little off-topic bit there. It may be that I've had it on linear scale. Let's go back for the people who did make it then. Let's see. Don't want that. I want to load chart layout. It was GME Moon, and we're on to PALs. POW, and it's on log there. Look, log, because as this chart is on log. Great, fantastic. Phew. Thanks very much for tuning in to POW, and thanks for everyone in chat keeping me straight. See you guys. So I made that clip of the POWs, and I hope that was helpful, Queen Bee. And I'll write that up, and I'll also put it in the Discord, written TA for it, and then I'll update it plenty, and I'll keep the chart there. I'll even save this chart link. Is this on POW at the minute on this? Here it is, yes. Where will it get that? Is this in the way? There it is. Go out. You should be down here. Sharing on. Does this change when I change to here? No, it still says the same thing. So if you wanted my POW, I'd have to save it as POW. Save a POW chart. A POW chart, I'd have to have a new saved chart for POW, which then would have its own I imagine URL, wouldn't it? A new different one, and then I'd save that and I'd share it between them. So if I'm giving out different links for different charts, I'll have to remember that. Okay, so I'm going to put the kettle on. I'm going to leave this on the GMEs. How will they know? They'll never know. How will they know? They'll never know. We'll put it on a clean one, which we made for this exact purpose. 15 minutes. Tester there. It's higher high. We already talked about how we put in divergence at the end of the day previously. Let's get up this. Yeah, I might quickly go. Bum 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 banana bum bum banana bum banana. What was that, Jimmy? So that was their touch of like low on price action, but a higher low on your oscillator at the same time. It was even making it into the oversold zone, and we're only on the 1 hour chart, so that was quite powerful. I know for the little flash it gave you, it really is interesting, that one. So this is something to bear in mind. That curler's too hard to see because it's the same as the. Sure, that's slightly better. I suppose I can drag it on beyond it to emphasize the point. Here it's the divergence, here's the positive. I know it's positive even though prices are lower because the strength behind it was less, so it means it's easy to defeat them. And it's also like phoning us up. This is like going short, and it's like phoning us up and telling us that you just don't have the readies to make it stick. So we're all like, sweet, well, I'll take those readies off you. And it'd be typical to see there's up in that, closed that gap. Are we talking about doing that? I'm sure we got that right. These are the levels above. We've marked them out. We've talked about them. Here's your forecast on this move. Looking up at that 216, may even go higher. It might jump to 22609. Could happen all in one day. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be anticipating it after the last number of weeks we've had. The volume isn't there doing anything of itself, and this could just be one dude who knows the chat. We'll see. There's your entry. You're getting it there, more or less. There's the start of that move taking us up here. It's not a target for a trade. It's, if you want to enter at the best price, it may end up being that. But this is more about seeing prices go through the TA that we're expecting. And if they do those sort of things that I've marked off there, then this would be the first step in a reasonably entertaining journey. On 15 minutes, you get a better picture, more levels. Yeah, you see, the move on this could be, I nearly swore again, the move on this could be brilliant, right? It really could be. Bum 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 bum. Yes, there it is, there it is, that it is, that it is. There it is, that it is, that it is. So if this move goes as I'm expecting it to go to, these are your two levels. You see, this is what happens with my TA. This is what happens. This shit, honestly, this sheet. Like, other people be out there talking about algorithms and whatnot, and Elliott waves and whatnot, and it's like, look, I'll just tell you where the prices are going. Watch what fucking happen, what flip fucking happen, and then, hey, I'll get ignored, and these people will get 20,000 upvotes and whatnot. Why I can't even find the forecast button, and you try to tell me you deserve something, Jamie? I don't think so. Used this a second ago. It's behind this one. No, it's behind the long position. Yeah, there's a long position. So it's behind that. Where is it behind there? Forecast. There it is. Wow, your brain does work. Right, the entry here. Well, yeah. And the move. Here, it's in the zone, though. It's here to here. Which one do I pick? Do I pick here? Do I pick here? Do I pick here? Do I pick here? Well, it's the 1414 to the 1618. That's the move. Let's just be optimistic. Hey, it's also what I said about everything else. No, it's clearly what everything else. The confluent comes in at around 276. That's where everything comes together. 275,850, right? This is where my TA altogether says we're going. So when I saw this move, worked out that, thought about the move of it, the most commonly what happens, and it's not necessarily what happens, and in a certain environment it is, and this environment is the one I've already laid out in all the TA I've done today. So this is what it looks like. And does it mean that that's what's going to happen this week? Just so happens I say stuff and it happens. So I don't know. You tell me what's going to happen. I don't know. We'll all see, right? And if it does happen again, I don't know, man. I don't know. Crazy stuff in it, right? I'm going to put the kettle on and use the bathroom. Be back in a moment. Yes. Anybody wants anything? Let's talk about things I can do. Just because you don't see me on the screen doesn't mean I'm not here. I am here. I'm here. So yes. So thanks. Swearing is an essential part of the analysis, too. Cool. Good. Yes, that's right. So everybody's happy. What's everybody saying? We've got how many confirmed viewers? 374. Awesome. Thanks so much for everybody who's decided to stop by and tuning in and whatnot. We've had new member. Thank you so much for joining the family. Pardon me? Scott, was it? Pardon me. My stream labels isn't working, so I can't go back and check. And now I feel like maybe I said the wrong name. I feel silly. Thanks very much. New member thing and the donations and covering stuff and anything you want me to cover will do. And Frostcrest, thanks very much for being here and doing the jobs that you do and all the good work that you do, buddy. Thumbs down for Rogna. Oh no, who's Rogna? Oh no, we got a Rogna. Well, top chat on. Why is that top chat on? I should have live chats. I want to see everybody's chat. Bump, do bump, bump. Pew, pew. Yo. Well, don't be upsetting the old Frostcresty because he'll just ban it and he'll have my 100% support in it, even if you're my best friend and he's doing it. What are you supposed to do? Other than some people who should like, don't do that to them because they're lovely people. Ha! Oh, another donation, CD Bunga. I'm paying the swear jar for you in advance. Screw the monetization policy. The policy is anti-Scottish. It is.
Sorry.
It is YouTube. I need compensated. And I'm not the only one. Every Scottish YouTuber is being discriminated against. And the terms of service really ought to reflect our culture and give us the due respect that we give everybody else. It's a big deal. I'm outraged, YouTube. I love you. Really. 3D Bun Guy, thanks very much for the donation. My friend, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Right, I'm going to go and do this coffee and things. I like a little more detailed discussion, learning little by little. Thanks, Jay. You're welcome, Jen. No problem. No problem at all. Could you look at BTU if you get the chance, please? I certainly could do. What is BTU, and would you like to donate? Because then if you do, I'll do properly good TA on it, and I'll write it up for you. No, Rogna was a typo for Joe Rogan. Joe, me hearts, me Joes. Joe tries his best to do a relatively good job, I reckon. Don't know. Don't really have an opinion on lots of different aspects of things, but would certainly chew the fat about GME with the Senor Rogan. Normally, but that's never going to happen, eh? Like, I'm a tiny little YouTuber in a tiny little part of the world, and nobody gives two flying F's about me apart from the heart that yous, and you guys are all crazy. You guys are mentally. Tradespotting, get the kettle on. Yeah, cool. It's actually going to have a cup of tea. Maybe not tea. Thank you, KT. You know, thank you very much. It's like the voice activated. The discrimination all over again. It's just like that all over again. Get off our backs, yeah. Right, so that's it. That's me coming back in a minute. Anything you want me to cover on anything, get in the chats, you know. Get it down there. Get it down. You get it round it. Get it right around you. Where's that window capture, video capture device? Oh my god, it disappeared. It disappeared. And this is the information. How does your garden grow? One minute. Things are on the 1 minute. We can make this most legible. Let's stretch out a little bit. Nope, let's tell us how far away. Fuck away, far away, pardon me, and nearly swore again. Somebody outside being murdered, it sounds like. Kent did a bad murder, boss. Hey, boss, I did a bad murder. Cool. Jen Campbell, you still owe me a tenner. Oh, a proper glove review, friend. We cut off last Thursday. Jen, I shall do a proper glove review. Thank you very much. That's very appreciated. I shall do glove. No problem. Glove coming up after the Blake. Ghislaine. Thank you, clearly not. Yeah, that kind of list before you said L all the time for no reason. Oh, and read an email from Failure to Deliver this morning. Lovely chap, that guy. Really like him. He's not going to be around for a while because of extenuating and sudden circumstances, which my heart goes out to him. Don't know what it is, and I hope he's alright. You're a great guy, and if you ever are listening while you're busy, hope you're all good, mate. Thoughts with you, very positive thoughts with you all the time. Always think about you. Think you're a great dude, and hope very, very, very much hope good things come your direction, especially if you need them at the moment. So positive vibes to you, my friend. Tradespotting, you mentioned the 16th of July earlier. Is there something going on that date? Mate, I don't even know dates. I don't know if dates work or dates real things. Like, I don't trust. You see this Gregorian calendar? The Romans came up with that. The Romans. And they just were like, oh, I'll stick a date in here, I'll stick a date in there. I don't trust them. You know? I don't trust them. And see, up until yesterday, yesterday evening there, I was Italian myself. You know, I was. But now that that's all done and dusted, props, well done, Italy. I'm Scottish again, and Romans never made it up here. They couldn't get past them. They couldn't get past our big, long schlongs knocking them over the head every time they got up out of their beds. Tradespotting. Did you see D Harker's donation? He asked for TA on PTC, I think. I did not see it. I did not. But this D Harker chap, you know, he deserves a lot of good effort, so I'll put it in. There's Failure to Deliver there. What a legend he is. So I shall cover it shortly. No problem. Lamayo, where is life? Good to see you, buddy. Right. So I'm taking a break. GME equals bigger than clove. Yeah, well, that's very true. Keston, you're very correct on that. Tradespotting, want to have another look at VLNCF now that some time has passed. Do I want to? Ha! No, but I might do it anyway. I may well do it. Some time has passed. Was it a new asset? And let me see. It probably wasn't this, and I will have a look at it. Probably. Let's see. Depends. That dude's walking past my window again. I'm gonna have to go and ask him if he's lost. And then in a go away kind of way. If it's because it was like brand new on the charts, like hadn't really listed for very long, and now you're wondering if enough time's gone past, and it was like a week ago that I said that, then the answer will be what the old Roman wang slap. Exactly, I'm not a cat. They really don't like the old little, you know, they don't like. Apparently, they drank tea, but they don't like tea bagging. In my family, we all go going to call jail. Going to college is an easier explain than jail. Yeah, I'm just off to college, Gran. I'll see you in six years. For the kids, you know, for them young kids, we don't want them going to college. Everyone, I was the first one in our family to go to college. Nah, that's joke. You know, leading dong, the price is right. Yeah, I'm doing that kettle and food and whatnot. I've still got some of this. No worries, not interested. Stop being so nice about things, and then I'll have to look at it just because you're being nice, Leptin. Stop making me like you and do things because you're nice. Watchdogs are well fed and asleep on the porch. Yo, good one. That's good, keeping the watchdogs happy and asleep. You never know when they'll be called into action, and they need all of their energy, so they should go to sleep, build it up. Can't get your tea and bring Coco back. We haven't seen her in a while. She's lazily right. She's over there. She's got her head buried inside her own tummy. Not exactly in her hands, over her head so that the light doesn't get to her eyes, but she's in the sunshine. She's next to me, and I think she likes that when she's sleeping. She knows I'm around. Aye, big man. Price targets for GME today. Ebony. Not related to Andy A, but is Ebony. GME 69. Ya fannies. Chill fan Dan. DMC 17 is trying to get a crew together for a heist. Yo fannies. Streamlabs knows the chat. 193.10. She's telling me that move's going to happen, just like I said. No, it can't, because that's just ridiculous. TA doesn't even work, you know what I mean? Right, ciao, see you in a minute. Well, you can't see me, I've already disappeared. Hi, you couldn't see me doing all those jokes I was doing with the Red Bull, that's funny. Oh well. Love ya, see you in a few minutes. Keep each other company. If anyone turns up and like, where is he? I'm publishing a clip that I've made, right? That's actually what I'm doing in the background here, publishing the clip that I made of GME earlier so that people then come back and watch the show because, the two of the last streams last week, although they went well, some of them watching the clips here or there and next thing, the two last streams I did last week were the lowest viewers I've ever had since I did my test stream. That's how low. So I've put in all the efforts, all the hours, I've given all the price targets. Loads of other people have used my tea to do their own channels, their own this and that ever. And some of them have gone from 2,000 to more thousand subscribers than me, way more. And they're not as good, and they don't provide as much value. And loads of you guys are in their chat when I turn up and see them, and it's like, why is it that I'm not getting the same numbers as these people who I'm looking at now? Their stuff, and it would break my swear rule to talk about what I think about it, and I don't understand, right? So I have to make these clips. I have to keep putting out the effort. You guys aren't tuning in as much as you are for other people. I know I'm preaching at the choir, and that's true, but I'm also seeing you everywhere else, and that why is it not all building back to me? I don't know why it isn't coming back the same way as to other people. I'm putting in the efforts. What is it? Is it my mumbling? And people don't like the mumbling. Well, it's better. It's better mumbled. It's much better. It's better mumbled. It's actually quite an upgrade because the chart only whispers it to me. So the fact that I'm able to mumble it to you, that's an upgrade. Yo. Anywho, what ifs really, the poisonous fog of FTDs and the collusion of MMS has turned half the gang into synthetic apes with no voting rights. The rest escape with a handful of bananas and true determination to avenge. Haha, they're fallen brothers and sisters. Wow. This is crazy. Look at that heist on the go here. Well, feel free, enjoy your heists, my friends. 387. I have ambitions to get that number in the top left up. I get it up. This is my ambition. Oh, and today is my 96th video on YouTube. Tuesday will be my 97th. Wednesday will be my 98th. Thursday will be my 99th. And Friday this week will be my 100 YouTube video, which is a big deal for me personally to have done that and got to that, including all the lives and all the uploads and everything. Personally, it's a big deal for me. So, looking forward to this Friday for that reason. I wonder what things will go at the same time as it. It's nice, interesting. So that's me talking about things. I'm going to put kettle on so I can't speak to you any longer. Keep doing your naked TA, but then folks tune in and you're not naked. I know, it's so confusing. I'm so confused. How do I join the treasure hunting? The treasure hunting is very different from the heists that people are doing. Am I just too old for treasure hunts? It depends. So there's a real treasure hunt on the go, which is significantly more difficult and literally is and people think it maybe isn't, but it's completely, there's a treasure hunt, right? It's completely unrelated to the heists that you can do in chat, obviously. And it's the clues for it are like complicated and difficult, and there's 10 grand, and you can win it. It was 10 grand. It's very difficult. And the way you win it is by figuring out the answer. And no one's too old for it. Like, in fact, you should probably be over a certain age for it. And that's not a clue. It's just whatever. Anyway. Yo, it's got nothing to do with anyone who's alive, right? There's no one on the internet that's going to be like, I've got the answer, follow me, and I've got some, and I'm a part of it. You know, I'm a part of the treasure hunt. You have to figure out that's not true, right? It's only me, right? I'm the person who knows the answers and has the details and that. I'm not going to send somebody around the internet acting like a tube, right, or a fanny, and that's not part of the treasure hunt. And anybody who comes at you who's like, oh, I've got this, follow me, and oh, do this over here. Like, nah. Obviously, learning how not to believe these people is part of the treasure hunt, right? So consider that part of your journey. They've not got the answer. They're just a bunch of idiots that like think they can play on like, oh, look, this will hit here, and people will come over here and that. It won't. And if you want to add to the treasure hunt with some level or some intra competition, some part of it, get in touch with me and have to organize it with me. Obviously, this is the hardest treasure hunt on YouTube. You know, there'll be no sporadic jungle canyon rope bridges being built. Okay, it's moi, Senor Moi, and I to come up with the rules and all the rest of it. Is Ricky not in on the treasure hunt too? Yes, but Rocky doesn't count with regards to that because he isn't going around saying to people, "Do this, do that." You know, his role. He chose himself, and it's a very good one. And it's not, and none of it involves like stuff you'd have to like be like weird. Your camera isn't working, by the way, says Chris Spink. Well, that just you go, Chris. You've given it away. You've only just tuned in. You've only just tuned in, Chris. You're lazy. I expect you to be on time next time. I had the camera on for ages. I'm just going to turn it off because I was drinking Red Bull and being silly. And now I'm going to make a cup of coffee and use the toilet. And Chris, everybody in chat will update you. This important stuff has happened. Very important stuff. So go and check it out, guys. Check it out, guys. Check it out, guys. Go and check it out, guys. Bum 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 bum. Hey, look, there it is. Is this too big? Yes, it's too big. How do you make it smaller? You can't make it smaller. Are you sure? That seems unfair. I don't care what you think. Shut up, Jimmy. Well, I went up to the 28-minute time frame. What? Why did I do that? Let's go back to the 1 minute time frame and stop being silly. Yes, let's do it down here. Cool. That'll probably help people that turn up. Like Chris Binks, who was late out of his bed. Tradespotting, where is Stonk Puppet? She's sat on the table right there. Why? Die another day. Why? What are you trying to say? Red Bull and coffee. Yes, I've had 3 coffees and a Red Bull. Now I'm going to have more coffee. Diddle ding ding. He's crazy. Bye. See you in a minute. I'll turn the microphone off so it doesn't start picking up on noises. I'm Jamie. This is Trades intro a number of times, and it's not quite made it through to actual technical analysis. So let's see how it goes this time. If you like GME and you want to learn about how to empower yourself via technical analysis, then you'll probably enjoy my channel. Check it out sometime. If you're watching a we wanted to see, let's move this. GME is coiling up a haymaker and might go bananas over Ha! My mic wasn't on. We figured it out, didn't we? Thank you, Jack. I was thanking Jack, and before that, and saying hello, Jack, and thanks for watching, and hello, Bird Bear. Daniel, hi, Coco, you've arrived. Haha. Tradespotting sounds good to me. Okay, excellent. That was what we were chucking was feisty goats, and that was in the text messages. And someone had said, yes, it was feisty goats had said that I had written GEM instead of GME. And previously to that, I was writing GameStop instead of GameStop. Because I go to write the descriptions and part of my brain's like, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, nah, I'm going to flip it up for you. I'm going to flip it all up for you, which is a similar feeling I have with regards to like vertigo, right? I'm not afraid of heights, right? I'm afraid I'll throw myself off things. So, there you have it, folks. Right. And then I was going to get into a quick recap of the T8. That dog is really annoying. What? Yeah, my screen's green. Power to the greenery. I wish that dog had shut up. Tradespotting, there was also much consternation earlier in that it was thought your chart was in linear rather than log. Well, there was one of the charts was in linear, and then the other ones were in log. There was a reason for it. I explained it at the start, but people mustn't have heard me. Perhaps I didn't have my mic on again then. GME is a gem. You're telling me. David B knows the chat. Also, GameStop, right? You can write GameStop. It's like GameStop stock, but it's smaller and it takes less time. And like I say, my brain is like really not interested most of the time. I'm just in a winning mode because I'm the greatest. Hey, that sounds like my brother Rocky right there. And it is. Price target for GME today was Evan A. Super chatted 490 and he asked it. And my price target for GME today is if it can finish the day. I mean, ideally, I'd like it up here at 199.80. That's where I would like it, Evan A. 199.80. I'd like it up there, even if it touches it and comes back. You know, 195.64. That'd be a nice area. But then 197.50 is also nice. So in and around those three sort of areas would be very positive. That would be if you get above 199, that's really, really positive. You don't really need that much to happen. And how does this look? Well, look how you could say this is an ascending triangle, and you could see the measured move on that would take you close to 200. Say there's a W bottom here. You could put the extension on that and say it was around a similar level, or perhaps it takes you to 204.59. But then there are areas down below where it could come in and double test things, right? Because volume's so low. Doesn't really, when the volume's this low, in particular, when the volume's this low, it means that normal situations, right, where you'd need buyers to push the price up, and there would be you could say, not with any degree of confidence, but it would be more likely to be true that should prices be going up, then there would be more buyers than sellers, and vice versa. But when volume's this low, right, the number of market participants becomes less important because some people have got significantly larger accounts than other people. And so then they could just be one market participant could completely dwarf everybody on the other side of the trade. And so you wouldn't necessarily need more buyers to push the price up or more sellers to push the price down. And when I say you wouldn't necessarily, I mean that relationship is completely broken at this level of volume. There's now an ambulance and dogs. Well, 51 looks Spears, 160 points, and now it's 248 points. Well, look, you are catching up, right? I've got this idea for the points, right? I want to people to enjoy the community we've got here in the best possible way, and one of those is by fostering relationships between you guys, between each other's yos. Holy bejewsies, Luke is gambling a lot, but does he have that much to gamble? I don't know how the gambling machine works. Does it let you gamble with more points than you have? Because it just seemed to suggest you had 248 points, Luke. Now you're out here risking it for a biscuit. What the hell is heist? Heist is, well, there's lots of these things. And there'll be more and more over time. And they could encourage people to interact with the chat and to get to know each other, because some of them are group things. This is how it works here. Luke, as you well know, it's all about the community. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that there's targets for how many points you can get, right? And once you get enough points, you'll get things for free that you can't buy with money, that I will never sell for money. And one of them is this first thing that Rocky and I we thought what was a good idea, right? Because there's a lot of different people. See that divergence is on this 5 minute. You don't see it as much there, but if I go to the 1 hour, it's a little bit more obvious, right? So therefore people looking around it are like, what's going on, right? Why does he say divergence and what's this arrow mean? Just briefly touching on GME for people who are interested in that and not the thing I'm about to talk about for a couple of seconds here. There was a touch of divergence, right, with the lower prices. I see that what you're looking at between there is these parts on the RSI, right, where it's like higher low on the RSI and lower low on price. And yeah, right. So this is why prices reacted and went up as they did. Like, how much is that? 179 to 196, right? And so, like, that's enough of that to say that something happened. But we're also looking for this to continue on and test these levels of support and resistance. And I call them that because they are that, and there'll be both of those in the future, rather than one. And why get excited about either? Okay, we'll call them resistance. Okay, chill out, right? So these points things that you can earn, right? Wanted them to earn something that was worthwhile. It seems that people would appreciate and it would have a value to everybody that was beyond money, right? Because that's what this experience is really so much for me personally anyway. And also it would like bring people together and like unite us under a banner in some ways, little ways like that, but at the same time like be something to show off. And so like a badge, right? And then literally the idea is a badge, right? The badge will be in the same fashion that NASA have badges for each of their Apollo missions, for example. We, the Doomslayers, Outcropticians, essentially we're all Outcropticians really at the end of the day, because even if you just watch me, but I am but an extension of Rocky and the goodness he puts into technical analysis. The idea is that we'll all be uniting under like this a little bit of rockiness there, and and hopefully Tony Wright and anybody else who's like born from that community, we can promote them and do as good for each other, and all dovetail together to produce the best possible content for everybody, and we'd all get this badge, this badge that was like our particular mission, right? And this one would be like the GME one. So the awesome designer H. Jones, who did the Bing Bong t-shirts, she's doing a badge. And to get that badge, you can either have like a YouTube channel that's like comes under this, born from this community that Rocky's created, which is like a big chat, a big ask, or alternatively you could earn points. And get the badge, earn points. And the points are all given out from these things that you are all doing, these games you can play, right? And so you can gamble those points away, but it may mean that then it's difficult to get the badge, and the badge will not be available for money, right? You could offer me £10 million and I wouldn't give you one of these badges. You'll only get them from the mic's off, is it? No, it says it's on, mate. It says the mic's on. Now you're deleting the messages where you said that. It was too late though. I read them already. It's already the damage is done, KT. So no problem. You're forgiven. Of course, these points are important, so you can gamble them, as I see everybody's doing, even though I'm talking about it right now. Or, and you can try and earn them, and you earn them by watch time, right? That's essentially how you earn them, and interacting in chat, plus then playing these games. That's like a level up on top of your points, right? So, and for the reward you'll get is a badge. It's just a real badge, which you can either sew on to what Rocky Outcrop's going to have on his shop when it opens. When he'll have 10,000 members, he's going to open a shop, and on it there'll be a spacesuit. And on that spacesuit, you'll be able to add the badges as we go through these missions, as we're on currently with GME. And you'll be able to get that badge, and you'll be able to add it to your spacesuit. And at the end of the day, which may be a day many years from now, when we actually have a spaceship or a cruise ship, which might not be that long. Tradespotting, your mic was cutting out for a bit intermittently. Are you sure it wasn't your ears? Are you sure it wasn't your ears, Katie? And so there you go. There you have it. There are rewards greater than money, and they are each other. And so you can recognize each other in a crowd. You'll have a badge, and that badge is a badge of honor in any way that a badge can be, symbolically and illustratively, I'm sure, too. Right, so we did a little bit of technical analysis, and at least we drew a diagonal line, which I'm not a big, huge fan of, but there you go. We've also got what we were trying to identify was the psychology of price action as it moves up. But when you're on these smaller time frames, you can see that perhaps this is a channel. And you would have to agree that there was enough touches in around there. 1, 2, let's call that 3, 4. You would say that's probably correct. Take it down to the bodies, and you've got that in there. So on the top side, yep, that's all positive. Obviously, there was hard to say in downtrends, but that's not bad, right? We came down here and we sat on that 1 hour just opened 20 minutes ago. Right, so what were people saying? So yeah, damn, if I'd known this, I wouldn't have spunked hundreds of points away on heists, says DM17. Well, there's a lesson, isn't it? There's a lesson. I don't do anything without a purpose, so... Right, so the price at 189 spot 89, that was where we had our orange line before. The price is actually 190 spot 00. Hey, you still have I will be back shortly message. Please, perhaps you should keep it up there. Perhaps I freaking should. Where is it? Is it on the screen where everyone can see it? I'm still also green, eh? Jamie, why have you got a green screen? Jamie! Got all sorts of things here. Someone want to come and visit me and tell me how to set it up properly so that I don't look like such a tube. It would probably be good for the channel. Probably should have taken the time to do it, but I've got so many things to do. Right, I'll sit down. I'll have a go at that. I'll add it to my list, which includes toddler clothing. It's next top of that. I'm sort of starting the beginnings of what's possible. Anyway, whatever. I've got things to do, right? I've got to do things, including meet other people's questions earlier. Jen, Evan, did I give you your price targets there? Well, I was sort of going through the TA briefly, so to this I can add that early test of this demand line, which is not far away from where we are now, at 189.22. That wouldn't be terrible. I don't know, you'll get 188. If you do, it might be then you get as far down to 86.15, maybe even further down on 81, 189, on 80. Who knows? Doubt it though. A positive divergence there. It's very unlikely you get another one. A whole new touch of divergence on the lower side. Well, you could do, let's see this actually. This is going to come in here. No, that's not happening. What did we say this looked like on a 4 hour? Yes, this accumulated to stack here. I suppose that's a trend line. Daily. Not great yet on the daily, that's true. That's very true. It's not great yet. those lines work on this side yet? I suppose it's quite funny to look at this channel and it's all wicks really. And like, if anything, that shows you that something that can look so real on, say, hourly, right? That looks very real, doesn't it? And we didn't even draw it there. When you go up to like a significant time frame, you can't even see it, right? There's nothing. It's just like straight through it. It's as if it doesn't exist. And this touch of divergence, like that's just one low. That wick recovery, giving people goodbyes there. Goodbye, good night, sayonara. That's what that was. 187 is a re-entry on that one, and you get another touch of this area. And this one, a channel which is identified with 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 touches, even on that daily time frame, just touches with wicks, could easily just turn into a pincer bottom if you get like a candle close up around 199. It doesn't even have to be that high because there's the gap there. If it just finishes above this and continues this whole, I mean, this is still in the middle of forming, but, and I said when this closed on Friday that it was a doji, and it was likely to react positively because it came at the bottom of a downtrend and a touch of a divergence. A divergence that, and like test of all those reasons we talked about, that it was likely to be very positive. So then today you would want that candle then on yep, see how, because of how it opened above. You definitely want today's candle, like in the most bullish scenario, you would certainly want it above 191.25. 191.25, you'd want it above there ideally. Maybe even 191.40. And 191.40, then you got your second and your third in a row, but your 2 after that big one, you'd likely get another, at which point, the rest of the week would be good. And touches of things up here, it does sound ambitious when you look at the daily candle closes, but then when you look at the wicks that's been putting in, not all that much, right? And when you talk about the lack of volume, which is like, again, historically low, and you think about it from that perspective, it's like what we were talking about earlier, right? Like even one market participant can change the picture at this point. At least, if I was sitting there and able to see, look, I can see these orders going through on this computer, and I can see that the prices are not moving. I can see that things are a little bit different from what you might expect. And where's the liquidity to meet these orders? And it's certainly not on the exchange that person is using. I'm looking at the order book in front of them. Then you might be tempted to say things like, bing bong, the price is wrong. But you still want to do the technical analysis so you get the best possible prices, and so that you know what's evolving in front of your eyes, of course, right? Of course, my horse. Of course, my beautiful horse. So like that's it. You want a positive candlestick pattern. That's what you like to see on the daily, and you get that around 192 for sure. You get that. 4 hours. Hello, my friendly neighbors. 189.98. That's that. So that was that gap. 4 hour. That's that gap. It's not a gap, but if this body closes, fair enough. So you take this up higher, 192.53, and you can see you'd be putting in tops. Like if you could even be better, right? If you could get up at 193, that'd be even better, because then you'd be putting in a new high on a close. And in terms of this channel, it's only on the 4 hour, right? Because so much of these wicks have been sold into, because, and I say sold into, like they're not reaching any level of support, right? They're not reaching resistance and turning it into support. So you'd need like extended momentum to reach these levels, and to get that in periods of such low volatility, when even one market participant can move the thing, then another one can take profits, or that same person can change the books a little bit, and then the weight of it comes back down to their last entry again, And so they've no need to chase the prices, especially if they're the ones moving it. So yes, essentially what I'm getting at there is like to see a body close up at these levels is asking for a lot, even though my targets on the move are slightly higher. The important stuff is the divergence and where it might take you, and under normal circumstances, you would expect it to take you back up to the sort of the last significant level of support that previously turned into resistance, and that's up at 204.44, right? That's what I would normally anticipate on a move like this. I'm sure it's going across this level here, 195.64, which is like interesting because as long as we're in the top of this channel, it's a horizontal, and like they did come in at the body closes beforehand, and we're talking about the 4 hours, so that means something. So yeah, sure, fair enough, right? But like you still expect it to be up at the top of this and testing the top, even if that's on a wick, because all those levels are possible in a retrace, and that's what you'd like in a bullish scenario. It would also be on top of this channel, which might not really be a channel. I don't think it's any significant on thing. Like it's just drawn there because whatever. Anyway, I was supposed to be making this a quick recap so that we could then get on to talking about other things. That's what it would look like if I was trying to get you all excited about the formation in here. And here you've got like the levels of resistance slash support, whatever it was before. We're hoping for it now to act as some sort of a launching pad as this demand line, right? We'll call it that, even though, a tiny time frame. As that comes in, and then anything you do and you're confirming it can't open and body closes up above this 236 is likely to take you up to this 618. And the truth is that 618 is like not really important. It's this 236 here, and at around 208.50. That's what you really want to be getting back up towards, putting in tests above that, and then you can try breaking these little mini levels of resistance. As that weird alarm goes off. And open and closing above that 236, then your next target's up to the 618. And yes, that's talking about lots of different Fibonacci's, but hey, whatever, right? You're going to go on what either side of that, what are you going on in terms of technical analysis? Like really, well, I'd say there's this level over here, and then I'd go back up to the 4 hour, and we could have a conversation about what it looks like on the way up and these gaps and whatnot. And yeah, sure. Maybe that would be interesting. Something up here. 22222, spot 222s, all these sort of levels, right? But above that, there's like very little to go on other than these, like. And then what? There's little to then draw comparisons between. Trend of thrust strength, you've got the same beginnings, right? You've got the drop down, the failure, it seemed, in the EMA. This one had a number of tests, but so what? Same picture. And then I could wager there was some divergence there. Some point, no? Well, yes, touch of it. Not dramatic, but there is a touch of it across these three. Plus, there's this trend line picking up here. What about this? This doesn't have that same trend line, but it does have the touch of the divergence. So maybe another touch? Now we're here. We'll just stick this on and see if we've got some confluence. Yeah, so obviously momentum much higher here. It was weakening. Second thrust of it much weaker. Prices still lower. So the momentum was lower, but the prices took us lower. As you can see, you're giving crappy signals on the 4 hour in terms of taking trades. In MACD trades, you want to be looking, in my experience, in 30 minute, and you want to be looking to take them when you're above the 200 and the signal line crosses above the MACD line from below the center line, which is the 0 line on the MACD histogram. When that happens, after 1, 2, or 3 touches of divergence is very positive. As you can see, that's weakening momentum to the top side as prices are going up. So then we've come down, tested the bottom, you've got a touch of histogram going red. That's okay. It's not giving you much of a trading signal. If these two signals come back round and cross up and you've got support around here, that'd be positive, but it could drop out of that down to 187. So like targets for today are in and around where we are, or down to 187. And then it may be that you get lower tests, but I'd expect them to be bought up quickly because of this element of divergence that we've got in around here now. It's not so obvious on 30 minute, but we've talked about it on other places. And short term to the upside, you're looking at around that to like 19, call it 1920, or whatever I called it earlier. I can't actually remember. What is it? Let's find it. 199.69. Let's call it that. It's much nicer. And then above that, you're looking at 214. And obviously 28, 222, 224, 232, 269, 277, 284, 309, 322, 343, and that, etc., all the way up to 1,450 if things go absolutely mental. But do I think they're going to go absolutely mental? Not necessarily. So, like, we've got a lot of contracts possibly expiring, puts expiring out of the money come Friday, 16th of July, depending on where prices go. And look, that's weighing heavily on the price. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, what does that mean? What does that mean? And then some less people, but significantly vocal amount of people are like, yeah, but it means if prices closing around or above 200, like not even have to be that high, but anywhere around there, it's like a huge liquidity grab on those people whose puts will be expiring out of the money, and that comes in on the 16th of July. So that's very soon, and there may be implications for that date with regards to further down the line in and around August. So, as and when Friday comes and goes, we'll look towards August the 13th. But at the minute, it seems, I would say that there's the charts have been telling us for a while is soon going to come to a head. The Bing Bong, that takes about 3 weeks. And that's what we found out the last time, and that's what's coming up now, right? This is like whatever it is now. Nearly 2 weeks, just over 2 weeks. What is it? It's like these dates are important, and that's from the charts as well as the option chain, as well as what we know of the previously obscure parts of the market. What we think the dynamics are there have points of interest on these dates. Now, that's not to say that that's when the squeeze is going to happen, nor is it me saying here's like really good option trades to still jump in there, right? And what's this obsession with $800 calls, by the way? Anyway, all of that stuff aside, right? And I love all of you, and it's all great. None of this is financial advice. It's just madness, really. It's just all madness. Tradespotting. August the 13th is the Jack of Options. It's moving. The lack of options and open interest on that day is also an indicator, as this Friday is. Is that why it's important? Oh, they're both indicators, aren't they? They both are indications on the open interest, yes. And these are like crucial aspects to take into consideration when you're trading, right? Now, you want to combine your open interest by strike price with your horizontal levels of support and resistance. And then you want to look at, some people will look to the liquidity on either side of those trades and what that implications are for market participants, but there's only so much you'll ever be able to gather in that respect. What you can say is that if it is so that a lot of money is expiring out, a lot of options are expiring out of the money, to the point that with prices come to a close that week further away from max pain than would be normal, i.e. than has been recent within recent ranges, then you might say that market makers will need to reposition. They'll need to reposition. And how are they able to do that, right? And then on the fly, in this continuum in which we exist, it's very difficult to find rooms for significant pivots that don't completely and utterly signal your strategy to other people. And so if you're perhaps looking for a release valve, then it may be that there's certain ways of creating those, right? It might be. And it may also be that the dates we're talking about sort of line up with those things. So that's like until such times as Friday the 16th has come and gone, that's like quite a lot of information. And I'm sure some other people in the show will be talking about these things because they're interesting. Right, so feels good, brah, my lad. Oh, yo, Rocky Outcrop. Feels good, my lad. Yes, my lads. My lads and my laddas. My lads and my laddas. So that reminds me, my lad. What about the England there? Shockingly, sorry for anyone who's English watching along. Rocky Outcrop touched on it earlier, and I know that he's managed to get a draw against Scotland, right, which was a big credit to his. It was good credit to his. It was the best he's played all the tournament, and the best you could manage was a draw. So, congratulations. And then you went on, you got to the final. First final you got to of a major tournament since 1966. And again, it was at Wembley. So, wow, fantastic. And the full of West Ham players, again, fantastic. And then you got to the final, you were winning for nearly the entire match. You were in front. And then you got to penalties and you were winning on penalties. And you even had enough substitutions left to put on two players more, but two players specifically to take penalties. Marcus Rashford and the Jackety Relish, the Jack Relish guy, who both missed their penalties, and you were up on the penalties and you still lost. And that crazy, right? How that stuff can happen. Crazy. How you can seem like you're winning for so long, and then when it comes down to it, at the very last second, the option expires, like the referee's whistle blows, and you lost like so much money. I have a question, Rocky or Tradespotting, using MDIA as an example. What causes stocks to do what this crazy stock is doing? Don't know whether it is just I find high movers and watch them because they're interesting. Maybe. You're not talking about NASDAQ, you're talking about this thing set. Or are you talking about the Pharma PLC? Which one is that, Queen Bee? Which is tickers now MTP. So which one are we talking about? Let's just imagine it's actually Meta, and that's what you're saying. You mean Meta? Let's check it out. What's it look like quickly? Crazy, what causes it to do what it's doing? Well, if you're talking about this, it had 3 touches of divergence in its uptrend. Broke the supply line here on the RSI, which point price action also came down, touching the 200 on daily, or at least it's getting close to it. Let's put in bearish divergence, perhaps. See how it closes. Could have a bit to go in it. It's lower than over here. It could keep happening until it tests like a previous significant horizontal, because it has come out of a low and gone up again. And those horizontals that are important are in around here. And then there's 236. It's trying to recover that area. I haven't touched around 200. And if it does it, positive, because it's above loads of other important areas. If it doesn't, then it could be coming back down and test one of these levels. Perhaps around the 50% line and around 44. Perhaps it goes on down to the 618. Nah, if it bounces from there, it's okay. If it doesn't, I'd be worried about it, because it put in bearish divergence before all this, and maybe this move is over for it, whatever that is. But is that what we're even talking about? Okay, so you want to be looking at MPT then, I think. This one. MPT on NASDAQ. What's this done ever? How long has this been around? Is this its full chart forever? Well, I'll tell you what causes charts to do things like this, right? Is they're usually charting a piece of sheet, right? If the thing that you're measuring is a piece of sheet, right, then your chart looks like this, right? It's never got a higher high, right? None of these highs, right? Because see, this is higher than here, right? And yeah, it's lower than here, right? So then ultimately it can't be a higher high because it's lower than somewhere else. And then again, right, it's high, it's lower. All right. Well, we're getting to see everything now, right? So where is this MIDA? Set, or it's not NSET, it's not NTS, it's not SSW, not SDX, not NAG. You're gonna have to give me something more than a ticker, Queen Bee. Gonna have to, Queen Bee. Moving on now. And if you want to get it as a moderator, you want to tell me what I'm actually should be looking for, that's fine. I'll do that. That'd be lovely to help Queen Bee out with an interesting question, adding value to the channel by asking insightful questions. I'd like to hear that. So here's a 4 hour on AMC. MDIA. Okay. Well, if you like M's, I got you covered. Got you covered with the M's. Dems. Right. Shall we make a clip of this? Is there people who like actually are interested in this thing? If so, we can make a clip of it and draw a wee chart and whatnot. Hello, neighbours. Howdy, neighbours. Yeah, let's make a clip out of it. Reading on the Prices Roll. So we're having a look for chat at MDIA. We can see that it's got a lot of volume. We can see that that's kind of unusual, that it's happening every so often. And showing up on the chart. Why is that happening also very regular? Like, I wonder. This is my first look at this. So then, how does that look there? That looks as you would expect. That's been very, very busy. It's got above there. That's unusual. It's got very, very high. Okay, well, what's it got here then? That's nothing amazing. The 4 hour. I don't know how long this thing's been around. This gap up here, is it filled its gap? It has. Well done. Congratulations. Filled its gap. Well, they always do, don't they, right? There's the if you ever wanted to if you ever wanted a little bit of light relief about buying and holding, there you have it. This thing filled a gap it's had since, when was that? The day it launched in February. Well, it was only 2020, so it's not that long ago, but I bet you it felt like a lifetime ago to the people who hit buy at that point and have since been underwater. This open, they looked away from their computer at that day and saw the prices had dropped. How much? Sorry, this isn't funny. Yeah, 50%. Okay. It's kind of annoying. imagine some of them, if they believed in this thing, will have re-entered. What are people saying in chat about this? Is there some information to add to this here? Viewers, did Jamie ever do picks? I didn't, D Harker, but I'll get into that one next. I certainly will do in 2 seconds, D. Just looking at this one at the minute here and having a little bit of a laugh about things. So I'm supposed to make a clip of this for people who are interested in trading it. Yeah, so if you just bought it there, right, consider the people who bought it in February 2020, January 2020, who until today have been underwater. And do you want to be like them, or would you rather enter at support rather than resistance? And shucks, shit, this could go on a bit, right? And if it does, let's look at that, where that is. It's breaking that area. It was being important. That was the gap fill. That's what that yellow line is. But that doesn't mean much. What you want to do is break above there, right? Above 11.19, at which point then you're in a blue sky breakout. At the minute, you're just filling a gap. As dramatic as it looks on a chart, and as much as it is in terms of a price increase, which it is significant. Let's look at it. And why not? We use this measuring stick once. Let's look at it again from the bottom of that move. You managed to get a good, what's that, 250%. That pays some bills. And then some. 250%. So a lot of people who traded this, the volume came in here, right? This volume, what point of that candle was it? Let's take it down a little bit on 15 minutes, and you can see that a lot of this apparent sell volume, which isn't really, is all passed off. Presumably that's all being passed off to 1 or 2 people. Certainly it's all going in at that level of support, right, which is significant when prices broke above and then retested this area, which is your breakdown point from there ages ago, where you retested it here and you broke above it and then you retested it. That's such a good place to buy. And somebody, it was probably 1 or 2 people, or at least big counts anyway. I've got all that liquidity there on that retest. Now it looks like it's red, right? So your volume looks like bad, but if you've not seen me before, you'll know that I think that that's is like the height of stupidity, having these different colors. And it's actually a mistake that it's been put in red and green. It should just be white, because it doesn't mean anything, right? And it can completely mean the opposite of what it actually is doing. So anyway, this is accumulation, right? So that candle's stupid calling it red. And then prices went up. Those people who bought that made a lot of money. Then you've got a lot of other candles here. You've got a lot of activity. So a lot of them took profits there. Perhaps off the same people who panicked out, panicked in again, and now they might be in a big trouble. Who knows? Let's see how things go. You'd like to see prices break above that area. If not, you're looking for retests of significant levels again. Now, if it comes back down out of that gap, because it fell so much, there's a few areas to look to. This is one of them, though. And a very bullish scenario, that would be all you'd get. But it's more likely it comes down to either this level or the level below. Now, that's just the horizontal levels. And we can check out a couple of different things with some Fibonacci's. And we're on the 15 minutes. Doesn't make a difference to these levels, but it does make a difference a little bit. So it's overall Fibonacci from its ultimate high to its ultimate low. 618 and around here. So you could just say move that up to there. That's your level. Where if it got to, you'd probably see a lot of buys. Right now, that's quite far down there at $6 something change. Above that, sure. Right. These are your targets, but that's not all that interesting. That's your overall Fibonacci. It's kind of dictated price moves for a little bit, right? 236 in around here, that was important, as you can see, and you broke through it, messed around a wee bit, broke down below it. Like, that's what caused this Fibonacci to be where it was mostly this activity here. Despite the ecocentric people, they would think it was all them up here. Anyway, these retests, a bit of degree of bullishness there. Lower, not as low. I can see, again, up here, quite good. Right, thanks very much. Somebody joined Chimp. Abdisarian. Abe Sedarian. Abe Sedarian? Is that right? I don't know. I've never met anyone called Abe Sedarian before. So, thank you. Nice to meet your acquaintance, fellow apes. Ape, big welcome to Abe Sedarian in chat. Thank you very much. Welcome to the family, mate. It's the best way. It's a really helpful sports channel. Loads. Thanks so much. Right, so that's what we're looking at there, and we drew a Fibonacci on there, and now we're going to look at this Fibonacci, and we're going to say, well, from this low here to this high where we got to, you want to stay above the 236, and then you can move your other line. Let's move that up. There's your 236, because they were close enough, right? And they're both zones anyway, so if you're talking bullishly, you want to know you're getting a trade 771, let's call it all the sevens. It's also 7.69, that's where it actually is, so let's call it what it is, right? Because that's such a nice number, 7.69. And there's your first most bullish area to enter. It's 917 at the minute. Is that far away? You know, maybe it is, but like that's what the chart's telling you. So there's those two Fibonacci's. That's what you're looking at. The targets on the first one are quite high, right? You're looking at maybe $21 or $29.93. And on any sort of pump craziness, like that's where I would be aiming for. That's where my profit targets would be on this, on craziness, right? Now you've already had, 250% move. And my crazy land, that is craziness, and you've got it already. So, right, do you want to invest in this long term, or are you looking to make a move? Because that's where most of it was. Now you're not just buying it anywhere. Now you're looking for good entries, and those are those ones I've outlined. And here's still what you're looking at on the top side. And if you break through here, truth, it's like blue sky breakout territory, right? If there's like news catalyst alongside it, you might be comparing this to other competitors and be thinking, well, what's their market cap, and what's their addressable market, and then you start looking at value ratios. You might think, hey, this has got a bit to go, and I don't know what the fair value of this thing is, and I don't know what the news related to it is, but I can tell you that somebody does. This volume is one person. These entries are one person. This person causing this knows exactly what they're doing, and the volume says that they haven't got out of that trade yet. So despite the fact that price may go to different levels, somebody's pushing this around, and the only thing that causes me to caution that confidence that I take from that is that it's only just closed this gap that it has from February 2020, January 2020 when it first started. So bearing that in mind, is this a stock operator? Have they checked out? And if not, then maybe it's insiders / investors, like key investors, and they know what's going on. And if so, who knows, right? Or is it just huge pump and dump? You tell me. This is the story with Mida. So that's a clip. And if you enjoyed that and you haven't heard of me before, I'm GME. This is Tradespotting. I focus mostly on GME, but I cover everything, right? Because anyone asks, I'll have a look at it. Thanks. See you sometime on a live stream, which is what this was, a clip from. Well, look, I can play this song again. Play the short one. On the basis roll. Say songs, more of a jingle. So that's that, and now I can just make that as I ask chat what they thought of that. I can do that, and then I'll do PCT for the haka, and then Studio. When I do them like this, I don't get what's the McCall's like the intro music and any of that, or it's just like straight up clips that I recorded with a thumbnail on it. So I don't know if that is a good introduction or what, but it's what it is. It is what it is. Here we go. Videos. I think that's it, right? How long is that? It is 9 minutes 55. Oh, did I spend that long on it? MDIA Technical Analysis. MDIA TA. That'll do for a name, right? Should be trying this harder, shouldn't I? Yep, you should be trying harder. In the meantime, what I can do is I can go back to the GMEs. It's 190.97. Geez, there's a lot of stuff going on there. I don't want to overly complicate things. Keep it on this nice, simple chart. Clean with a projection on it if we can get above here, which is would be positive, and I fully expect us to and levels along the way, which I fully expect that in price action will take a pause at, this one in particular, at 199 spot 69. Can we do it there? 199 spot 69. I'd love it if price finished at 199 spot 69. It might just be a coincidence, but I'd like to think that somebody out there having a laugh and that we can laugh with them if that happens. So that's my price target for today. Keep this screen on here because that's the easiest one to see as I catch up with chat. And as I'm catching up with chat, also make a thumbnail for Mida. Medea. Oh, good old Medea. How are you doing, Medea? Oh, Rocky, you there? Oh, could you make tea or coffee? What would you rather have? Pardon? Sweet. Okie dokie. That sounds good to me. Did you see the thumbnail for that clip I put up earlier? It's funny, man. I thought it was. This was important, right? Because I can't hear what you guys say most of the time. Because most of you, I don't even know what accent you have got, really. Strange. But I do see your Instagram stories and whatnot, and that some of you is chatting in there. It's interesting. Get some more context under. You can see me on Instagram at King Jamie the First, FIRST. And I'm back on Twitter. I'm back on Twitter. I'm back at _Jamie_Curran. We winning. I gamble 20. You're winning. You're out there gambling. Oh my goodness, right. So I wanted to do a thumbnail. You see how I've got it? It's the Instagram border. That's irony, right? That's my touch of irony. Oh, I nearly forgot that I was still here. See, that's what it's like. I mean, and it's not that it's like and probably people are like, "What's he doing?" Just making this in a thumbnail. You know, guys, you could just like consider this me like he was returning up to visit me, and I'm at work, and I'm like sort of stopping out for work to do like the TA for whatever, whatnot. And here we are, and like, yo, when the customer will come in, they'll do the TA in a minute, and when they're not here, it's like, yo, we're laughing like, yo, but actually, I'm at work. That's what it is. So, hello, and the bell goes bing ding. Right, that's that ding dong. That's somebody coming in through the front door. Just like probably what you guys are doing. Got a message the other day from a surgeon who's like, "Yo, I'm operating on people when you're doing your streams and that." And like, it's how I keep in touch with the GMEs is with your streams during the day. So, but I'm actually operating on people at the same time. So, can you not swear too loudly and stuff because I've got you on the big screen above me, and that I guess like I doesn't want to kill anyone or whatnot by me jumping around when I'm getting crazy. So there you have it, right? That's I have to be responsible. That's a good reason. Before that, I was like, I'm just going to do whatever I feel like. But then I was like, no, there are higher purposes to commit to in every sense. You guys are all gambling. I'm looking over there and I'm like, what's everyone saying? And it's like, well, they're gambling. I gamble. I say I, but it's exclamation mark. Oops. No oops necessary. What did I do? Did I do something wrong? What's happening? Is this working? There isn't working. Looks like it's working. I can just turn this stupid filter back off, right? On. That's like a little bit more pale there, but it is what it is. What did I turn this on? It's a little pink. I don't know, right? What? Half a dozen of one, half a dozen of the other. Shut up, Jamie. Come on, try. I am trying. Mida. Right, there we go. Shut up. What? $27? Is that what we said? I can't remember, chat, so if you're not seeing this live. MDIA. I've already made the clip, so why would they be not seeing it live? Everyone who's seeing this is seeing this live. Yes, Jimmy, correct. You really are getting good at this. Logic. Save as. Pingu. Right. Save. Gotcha. Finally. We're nearly back, chat. We're nearly back. That's that video. I've done that. That's uploaded. There's the thumbnail. Here's Rocky with tea. How good is that? MDIA. Thanks, Rocky. Perfect. I say that, but it's roasting hot, isn't it? It's trying to melt my head. It's up to those old games. Me, Dad, MDI88. Should say this. Like, what's the name of this company? You can be bothered typing that out, right? I'll just type in hashtag and then say MDI again. MDIA. That's not capitals. There, that's it. Right, and there's thumbnail, yeah. And what playlist? YOLO trade ideas, I suppose. Where is it? There it is. YOLO trades. $27. I suppose it is YOLO, but you can get it slightly cheaper probably. Anyway, there's that. That's all done. That's done. This is done. It lasts 9 minutes 56 seconds. That seems reasonable enough. Next, do I want to monetize it? I could make all of. Yeah, cool. I do. I want to monetize it. Yeah, whatever. That's reasonable. 4, right? 9 minutes long. Might make someone money. They didn't have to pay for it. Next. Did I swear? I think so. Don't think I did anything wrong there. Yay, don't think I did anything wrong. Wasn't me, Governor. 15 minutes left. Next. Add an end card. Same as always, boss. Add cards. No. The cards are fine. Next. Pardon me. Sorry, I know this is maybe not. Maybe make it public. Yeah. Do I want to set it as an instant premiere? Fair enough, right? Because then people can come back here and see the rest of this live stream, maybe if they want. Next. We're still updating it. Well, then I'll schedule it as a premiere, and then schedule it obviously for today. Schedule it for like 10 minutes time. What time is it? 1936. So 1936. So look, 1945. Aye, 1945. Set as premiere. There you go. Set up premiere. Do you want an advert beforehand in case they're waiting? Oh, they can have one, and it'll be Bing Bong about GME, and then the redirect. Yes, you can have one, and it'll be here. Ha! Yes, save. Well, a lot of work we're doing today. Thanks everybody for your support. Schedule. Go for it. I know you're checking it. Yeah, got it. Copy. Close. Cool. Did it. That's good. And now I'm going to do PCT or something after I quickly check in with GME. KT, Tradespotting is radio station conglomerate in New York MDIA as media company. Is it? No, it isn't. It's a pharmaceutical company. I Gamble 25. You crazy people. Anybody else on ATPC? The crazy ass DGIA monthly volume at 720. Did anyone? I didn't see any of this stuff yet. Back. What's exciting around here? Slurps. Yet another coffee. Salamander. You drinking that coffee? It's a bit late in the day for me to drink coffee. I see there's lots of bikes going past outside. Sounds like someone's having fun. Glad you guys are having fun. Right. Wait, I want to go out on a big noisy bike. Thanks for the short version video. Awesome, mate. Thanks. I just saw what people were saying in the comments to that last one. That's great. People happy with that already. That's great. That's great. Great to see people happy. Thanks. T. Harker, what is he wanted to look at? PCT 3 hours ago, and he's just getting to it. Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, look, Justin Richardson. Thank you so much for joining up. Thank you, Justin. Welcome, Justin, everybody. Hello, Justin. Big ape hug, Justin. Come on over here and let us pick at your nits and if you've got any and like fuss over you and stuff and whatever it is that apes do. What the hell? What are we talking about? The hell? Someone talking about the volume candles on these things. ATP or something, probably. And I'm not checking it out because I'm trying to look at PCT 3 hours late. It sounds like there's someone outside having an argument. How unusual. How unusual in such this lovely world we live in with no problems. How can people be having arguments? Crazy, isn't it? Right, I don't have PCT on here already. What you like to trade in SD? Do I not have it anywhere? Oh, here goes. Pure Cycle Technologies. Oh, look at this, huh? You're looking at this, so you think this is an opportunity, right? And in 15 minutes, yeah, right. I mean, it's the first thing I look at in 15 minutes, and I'm like, God, buy it! No, that's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening right now. Dum-ba-da-bum-bump. Are you bullish on this? So the bounce on earnings, you might say also it had just had 100% retrace. Right, so right, this is the sort of thing you're trading, right? It made one move. It went up 246%. Not bad. Then it made another move, which was exactly the same move. And prices went down 69, let's call it 69.69%. And 150%. And down 33%. Right. And did all that in how long? Did all of that in 8 months, 9, 10 months. There's like only so much you can do on this, eh? I mean, it's put in a range for itself, so you've got that to go with, right? But it's just that range is stupid, right? It's like here. And then maybe you're thinking like, and so what trades are you looking at within that, right? Now this is now too young to do much on, but you can see that there's what am I drawing there? Well, indeed it might be something like, I mean, why would I draw that? That's just like nightmare scenarios. I'm not going to do that. Oh, I'm supposed to be making a clip of this too, am I not supposed to be making a clip of this? I think I should be, something like that. I don't know if that may be useful for you for later, if you come back to this episode. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's try. PCT, Pure Cycle Technologies, everybody. I'm Jamie from Tradespotting. I'm PDB, Pure Dead Brilliant. And there is no ticker for me. You just have to tune into this channel, which you can do bell to bell, Monday to Friday, where I talk mostly about GME, but I will cover other stuff, as you can tell, because here we are talking about Pure Cycle Technologies, which doesn't sound very technological, but here we are, etc., etc. Fib retracement, we're taking it from our high to our low. There's your 236, so 1624. If you come down there, it's still highly likely that you'll get down to that area and touch that sort of thing. on the upside if you can manage to hold this sort of 200 period moving average, which on the daily time frame is only just showing ups, and here we are touching it. That's positive, and if this can maintain some time above it now that it's showing its face, that would be good. Right now the top side targets for this is at 618. Obviously your previous resistance, where you've made already a move once you confirmed this 236, you went right there and you've come back through the, well, let's see, let's see, buddies, guys, what's this? If it was to here, then you're looking to reclaim $20, right? You're looking for a good daily open and close above $20, at which stage, you know, you're looking, you could move to 23.14. That would be your 50% retrace on this other fib. That would be cool. 50% and no more. That wouldn't be so cool, but it's something, pardon me. Something. It's a percentage move, you know, double digits and whatnot, so it's tradable for certainly. And if you could break that sort of area and get above here, you'll be looking across at other horizontal support and resistance, and that comes in at around the 1414 Fibonacci extension, 29 spot 24, and it's a zone really up to $30.50, that sort of area. And then at that point, you could be maybe aiming for all-time highs again, but I wouldn't be looking at that just yet. I'd certainly be looking for slightly better entries on this, because having broken the 618, sure, otherwise you might be in a period of consolidation. It might be corkscrewing around here for a while. You want to get the true picture of what strength is like for either side before anybody goes crazy on it, I'd imagine, unless there's like huge pump and dump potential with this, but I don't know. Is there? You tell me. I mean, if this video gets lots of views, and presumably people are interested in it, but then we'll see, right? So if you are, come back and let me know about it. It's D in chat is, and then if you did get up to all-time highs, what then? What then, my son? Well, on the top side, and the way this has gone with this like, crazy-ass wave, right? When I was looking at it, it was nearly hypnotic, right? This pattern, despite it being so crushingly horrendous, this retrace, you know, you lost whatever, right? It was 250% up, 69% down, 140%, 130% up, and then another 30, 40% down again. This is like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It really drown you. On the other hand, right, there is something about this. If it can pick up and put in a new high here, then I could see that perhaps it goes on, right? It depends. It's not been long enough. It's not been around long enough to do much TA on it. And so while I've done what I can, it's also true to say that even with like a slightly negative picture about divergences and that potentially and like this horrible retrace you've had to go through, and the fact that we didn't manage to make it above the 618 and go on again, despite that, the TA again not being around long enough means that you can't write it off, and there are good things about it. So depending on what the market participants are like and who they are, this could easily have another test up there. But let's see. Interesting to look at it. Thanks very much. Hi Coco. I'll do whatever you like. Just give me a shout. Same goes for you guys. So I'm Jamie. This is Tradespotting. Tune in and catch me on a live stream sometime, and we can talk about anything you like, really. Thanks. That's what was it? PCT. Yeah, Pure Cycle Technologies. If I say that some more times, maybe the algorithm will hear me and tell people. Bye. So there's a clip of that. Is that a clip of something that something might use? I didn't really get down that low a time frame, did I? Maybe I should go down to the 15 minutes and give somebody some actual information. Then you get the extras, right? You got the 236. You can still come in there. I did talk about that for 618, and I did move these lines, but did I somehow move them away from it, or did I move the Fibonacci at later? I don't know. You'll have to check. I can't remember. May well have done so. If it isn't, then that's them. There's your retastes. This is not a picture of bullishness, so could well do that. You're below your important moving averages. May come lower, might come a bit lower, might go a lot lower. This is a series of lower highs. I call that perhaps with the higher high on RSI. Ooh, is this like a swing failure? Is it? It might well be a swing failure there. Let's see how it responds. I would expect it to maybe come in at the 236, right? It might do D. And take a look at it then and get to know this thing over time with you if you're still in it, and if you're in it at all. And look at this 236. If it does break there, we'll look at what it does at 10.25, and if it gets any worse than that, then Well, if it gets any worse than that, then God help you. That was PCT, right? And that's got that one I O. What is this? And that's a different. And that's again one I O O. This is a different thing, right? What's this one? This is MDA. So can I save this chart? Rename. MDIA. Save. And then what did I do? PCT. This is gonna then save because I didn't do new chart layout. This is gonna do it and make it a different chart, isn't it? Sharing on. This is now different. Darn it. Auto saves on. Save now. Save now is something else. Try renaming this one. See if this works. PCT. Save. What happens when I hit refresh on MD though? Goes to PCT. I knew it. It happened. Right. So I'll have to do that MD stuff again if I want to get the chart up so that I can share the chart and write up the TA and put it on, which I was going to do for people trying to get the channel growing. Yeah, I'm long on PCT. I'm bullish, but too early, then got shackled by the huge drop. Added some more in the 16s. All right, not bad. Caught in the huge drop, right? This will be this after this head and shoulders that went nasty. Full retrace too. That was unexpected, I imagine. And then there. Well, yeah. You know, maybe you're in it for a while, but it's got something to go on it. So new, eh? And what else did I miss? You're a legend. No worries, mate. Am I? You're welcome. And you're a legend. Thanks. Good old D. You're a legend. You're a legend. What else am I missing? I'm missing something. I know I am. People asked for stuff earlier and they paid, so I should be able to find it easy enough. It's not really like millions of donations or nothing. Where is this stuff? Price targets for Evan. I did that, I think. Jen Campbell. Clove. Oh, got to do some more on Clove. CD1 guy. Paying for the swear jar, which I think I've managed to mostly avoid using. Diana Grove, Super Chat, $5. Swearing is an essential part of analysis. And the Mumble TA as well. Don't forget the Mumble TA, and also an essential part of the technical analysis. D. Harker super chatted $4.99. Hey buddy, hope you're well. Oh, is this a hangover from the weekend? Emotional. Oh, it was emotional from the football. Shucks. Well, I mean, you know, you can consolation in the fact that you didn't get beaten by Scotland, and that's something to look at because you should have been. And also, it's a good idea, you know, expectation management and whatnot. I remember Rio Ferdinand, he was on the TV, you know, you see how Match of the Day is all about English football, even though all of our taxes contribute. It all goes to support English football, which is like democratic deficit, which is seen across society up here in Scotland, how we're disenfranchised. That's needless, nothing to say of the economics of the situation before it even reaches that level, right? And how deeply Scotland is exploited. Before we even get close to talking about those things, this is like really plain to see with regards to football. And like the truth is, people up here really don't care about Premier League. Like the vast majority of us don't, despite how the hype and that how it looks like. We don't care. We'd rather watch our local teams and our local players and that. And they don't get the support they could do from the system because everything's based around like top-heavy nonsense. And that's the way it goes, right? That's what London rule is all about. That and people like Boris Johnson. Anyway. Fuck it, that's not my sphere of influence. That's not what I'm supposed to be talking about. I'm here to make friends, not lose them. Tradespotting, how do you get the Ruckout Crop DMI in TradingView? Been looking for a bit, but my brain is smoother than my baby's bottom. Yes, it's not listed on TradingView. you have to go to gumroad.com/Rocky Outcrop, and there is Rocky in chat somewhere in around this area. Somewhere he's there, and he can tell you all about it. I'll tell you all about how you do it there. And personally, in my opinion, you should start freaking charging for that thing sooner rather than later. What's Euro USD doing? It's getting creamed. Getting creamed. It's below the 200 on the 12 hour. It's obviously below it on the daily. Yes, it's got negative crosses. It's got bearish divergence. It's got a second failure. It's going to put in an awful rank, ugly head and shoulders. It's coming down, baby, baby, baby. I thought the dollar was screwed. Everyone was saying the dollar was screwed. Wow, it's screwed. Dollar, blah, blah, blah. No, my friend, no. Let's see what that goes into. Do you reckon that goes to a fucking... Pardon me. Didn't say it. I got very close, but I didn't pronounce the final K. Right? I didn't. So if you think I did, shut up. You're wrong. Oh, look. It'll go beyond the 618. It comes there and gets to that. It goes, this is a log chart. How did it disappear? Because I went to new. Well... This layout thing, like, it's hard. It takes a while to get used to. I'm not used to this, I was never a PET personality like this before, right? When I was doing these things before, it was just me, often in this room. Nobody could hear the stupid ass stuff I said because I kept it inside my head, right? In my head, right? It feels that 236. That's the measured move from this here. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Did someone ask me to look at this? No. Right, so there's no point making a clip out of it. But it's good, isn't it? And this Forex, so you make a lot of money off that. Where's my drawings gone? I knew I said this would happen. Not a real name. Yeah, but is it? I think it might be a real name. Now I'm confused. Wait a minute. Why would you tell us it wasn't a real name and say it so explicitly? Wait a minute. That is your real name, isn't it? It's Mr. Not a Real Name. Is it really you? Is it the real Mr. Not a Real Name? It probably is. That's why you're hiding behind the real name. Double bluffing us like that. We've got Not a Real Name, and it is the Not a Real Name, ladies and gentlemen, in chat, and it's joined up. Big welcomes. It's the real Not a Real Name. It is him. Big and her, or both. Big welcomes. Welcome to the family, Not a Real Name. This is the real home. D. Hucker, you didn't lose a single game in 90 or 120 minutes. Only conceded 2 goals and played some great football. Should be proud of how they did. Yeah, man, you should be proud of it. Like, got all the way to the final there, man. You should be proud of yourselves, guys. You got all the way to the final, yeah. And you were winning nearly the whole game, man. You should be so proud. Proud. You should be so proud. Wait a minute. This is not how to lose subscribers and piss people off. This is how to make friends and build a YouTube community. Sorry T and Jack and everyone else who I don't know, but it's probably really nice. And Tradespotting, Jamie, it's really hard to see the ticker and price. It's cut off bad. It's cut off real bad. Oh no. The ticker and price. Oh no. Yeah, it is. Look at that. 58.38. Oh no. Cut off real bad. We should do right to fix that. Oh, AMC also doesn't work on AMC. Oh, it's real bad. So bad. What does it work on? GME. And it tells me the Bitcoin one when I click GME. Aha. Look at this. I've got it set up so I can scroll through it like it's a game. Jimmy, people are not interested. Stop it. Okay, the price is there. It's 188, spot 22. That's the price of GME. The time, 1957. It's coming up for power hour, isn't it, my lads and ladies and gentlemen and friends and family and all the folks at home? We come up for power hour. Stop winding me up, you fanny. I'm doing up for this page. Tradespotting, we can't see the ticker name at the minute. Oh no, Missy. Oh no. We can't have that, can we? Oh, we can't have that. No. Whoop. Let's make it so that that doesn't happen anymore. Oh no. So you want some ticker, do you? Is that what you want, Ms. A? Want some ticker, do you? Want some ticker? Not enough ticker, Jamie. There isn't enough ticker. Well, I'll give you some ticker. Here's your ticker. Want a tick of your toker? Give me a tick of your toker. Oh, the tick of your toker. Not the cough that carries you off as the cough and they carry you off and ha ha ha. Right, there it is, a ticker. How about that for a ticker, right? How about it? Look, nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Right, stop it. Look, there's the ticker. There's the price. Okay. Right, there we go. There's the price, there's the ticker. That's the price of this thing here, which is this is the name of this price. Right, so I'm not taking the mickey out of you, I'm just putting it there because it's easy, and yeah, maybe I was taking the piss a little bit, and then I say, but that's not a swear word, so don't even come at me with that. Not a real name, remember, not a real name joined up recently, so you should be welcoming him and saying hi and thanks and all, because he's joined up and supporting the channel, and as such, we get more of this, you know? So, and who would pay for it? Well, these people, these good friends of ours. That's GME, it's 188.38, that's nice. What else are we going to look at? I'll briefly look at AMC. What is the sticker going to do that? It doesn't quite work. Not quite as good, anywho. I could make it work. Like, I made it work. Right, don't move. Nobody move. What's this look like, AMC? It looks like it's got a bit to come back on this daily chart here. I'm not impressed with that. Obviously, it's broken. This. I'm going to talk about this in little bits. Obviously, it's broken this and it's retesting. It's come down. Now you're looking for it to reaccumulate. In doing that, does the prices go lower? Because the RSI wants to, and if the RSI does and the price doesn't, well, it's the context of an uptrend, not so bad, but you never know. You never know. Could be dangery for the priceries. And because this thing, the way that it's gone up, it doesn't have all that many support and resistant levels like that you're looking to. That's the first one there. It's not right down at like $33 or something around that level. Then you're looking down to like 20. So really, you don't want that big dip because it's such a huge percentage move, despite the fact that it would be fine on the chart. Because this line that you're looking to here, that you may think like, oh, we've broken it on our RSI and whatnot. Well, that's not how the RSI works, right? It doesn't have to follow this here. It's like not like like this. It's not a mirror, right? It's not it, right? That's not the way it works. This trend line here is the important one. This is just about relative strength of moves and whatnot, and the fact that it did look to be mirroring higher lows as this was putting them in, is great and all that. Yeah, lovely, right? But yeah, let's just leave it that, right? It's lovely, right? And if you want to learn how to do TA, then sorry, yeah, right. No, fuck, sorry. Oh, I said it, did it again. Nearly swore. It was so close, but I'm lucky with that word because there's a hard K at the end, and I never got there. And if you think I did, you should shut your smelly mouth, right? So 4274 AMC. Let's make a clip for the old AMCs. Oh, I was supposed to upload a clip for that last thing I covered. Was I supposed to? I don't know. All 4 people in the world are interested in PCT. Jamie, are you still in jail? Look at me, mate. Obviously. Like, I'm obviously still in the jail, innit? That's what it is. I'm broadcasting live from the jail, right? Jail TA. Jailhouse TA. Live from the... right, here we go. The Midnight Express, right? Here we go, right? Ready? You ready? 3, 2, 1... Go! Right. I'm Jamie. This is Tradespotting, and I do technical analysis. Here, I'm going to cover technical analysis on AMC, everybody's favorite movie stock. As you can see, we've got a trend line here coming in on price on daily time frame, and you've got a trend line coming here on the RSI. Now, you've broken this trend line on the RSI, but you haven't broken this trend line on the price. And does that mean you might get a test of one or the other? Well, it's possible. We broke it, retested it, and moving down a little bit. Maybe there is some more to go on this, and where would that take us in price? This does not mean breaking this trend line means that you're going to break this one. That's not what this is. The RSI is not a mirror. A mirror is that thing that you look in that shows you your big, ugly face. This is price action and an oscillator. oscillator measures the strengths of moves. This one, the thrusts of moves. And, it's perfectly normal for these things to reset and trend and move. So it may well be that that's what it's doing. And if it was, you've got areas where on the daily time frame, you could see, well, in and around there, $20. And again at 33. And if that's horrific and scary, then maybe trading isn't for you. But you can say, like, there's much more interesting things to also look at on smaller time frames. You can see that thing we were talking about before, does it have to form a trend line? It'll actually, there's multiple trend lines that go on multiple time frames, and perhaps you're looking more at something like that there, and that would be acceptable. But also, if you've watched this channel before, then you'll know I'm not a huge fan of sloping lines, right? Now, horizontally here, you've got more to look at. You're in the bearish control zone, dipping into oversold. You've got a second touch of that here. Price action isn't as low. That's not great. You'll expect it to then see it come down. You want to be testing a significant period moving average on the 4 hour if you're doing this on RSI. Having broken previous trend lines, you might look down and say this 100 period at 36.64 or something, right? You might be looking at that, and then there's between that here and that other horrific target, as some people might hear it, there's 23.25. And does it get in around there? It may well do. It's been screaming out to go there since it got up here, and people said the true value of it was around there. Then since then, there's been a lot of people looking to test it. And why have they said that? Well, they thought it would buy them some credibility, not because they could assess the true value of things. And this is often what you get, right, with people who are speaking about things that they're in fact quite ignorant of. On one hand, they expose themselves because they don't know those things they don't know. And when they pretend, it can become like the bonfire of the vanities, right? And if you've read that book, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, then you're probably crap at doing this sort of thing anyway, right? So go and read some more books, right, dummy? Go and read some books, dummy. What do you think this is? Like the TV lifestyle? Nah, like you got to read some books, right, dummy? Read some books, dummy. Yes, this is EMCTA right now. Yes, that's what this is, right? Hate on me all you like. Don't literally, honestly, welcome to the club, right? So in here, you got these places where it might be retested, and they're perfectly good areas to buy it. And why would it come down test here? Well, it's not because somebody on TV said that might be a good thing, or because they said it's the true value of this thing. Because trust me, that's not the true value of this thing. It's actually dependent on who runs the company is what's its true value, and what its strategic direction and what its goals are and whatnot. That's to do with the true value ratios and so on. Those things haven't really changed all that much in a long time, right? So anyway, 2069, right? This is a good area for a retest if all things go to pot, and it could quite easily happen. And when it does get down there, and Jamie buys some AMC and levels up his AMC position, then you can come back and we'll like high five, and I'll say, yo buddy, if you held through that because you were looking to screw hedges and you were doing it via AMC and you held, that's cool. If you're like, and I would never advise anyone put selling pressure on this thing. I'm just saying I've got 18 of them. I haven't bought more. If it got down here, I can tell you, I would increase the size of my position by 10x. That's what I'd do at $20, $21. I'd at least 10x my position on AMC at that entry price. Would it go here? No, because I'm so heavily in GME that, squeaky bum time round about these parts sometimes, certain aspects of the month, right? 108.38 on a GME, that's good news, right? But we're doing AMC today, Jimmy. Go try and give people what they want in the 15 minutes. Give them what they want. Right. So what you want is some bullish news, right? Well, there was like that downturn there on prices, but there was at the same point your RSI, as you can see, didn't get as low. And this is what you call bullish divergence, right? And usually means prices are going up, and they usually test like the support and resistance that it dropped down from. It's done that more or less here, but then also you go up and let's see if this was a 618 and it's down to the 236, and let's see, right? Drawing a fib, take it from where your ultimate high, let's just do it from the ultimate high to the ultimate low, came in above the 236, and that one, right, that's only telling you this much. Anyway, this is taking you, actually, this Fibonacci, just so you know how Fibonacci's go, and if you don't watch this show often, tune in, right, you'll learn something, I swear, it's really good. Trust me, this TV show I do here or watch, great, and I'm the one to tell you all about that. You can draw it for us from here to here, and you can see that this Fibonacci, right, you follow it from the trend, and it always goes left to right, because that's the way price goes. Left to right, what's your trend? It's a high to a low, so you draw it from your high to your low. And then when you retrace beyond the 236, you can say that is a low, and that's how you define lows using technical analysis, which is a way of predicting the least resistance ahead of you so that you can manage your risk and do profitable trades, which may be really interesting to you. And if you've not seen me before, like, it's the name of the game. That's what we do it around here, right? It's not really about Lambo. It's just about when's the next trade where you'll be able to make profit so you compound your gains and you can put it all into whatever it is you're holding or whatever you believe your long-term play against the system is, right? Mine's GME, and like AMC is a good idea for other people. I've told you where I'd put in lots of money in this thing, right? So 236 at 46.25. You recover that, you're looking up again, and you get 46, and you recover it properly. 4-hour open close, maybe a daily. You're looking at 57 again. There's nothing to stop you. You've got this pattern coming in on the RSI here, where it's breaking in overbought and trying higher. Price action's falling down each time. So it is looking for a significant test on a higher time frame. So I would be looking for a better entry. Mind you, it has done that, put in that positive diversion. You want to give people what they want, Jimmy. It's come up again on RSI. It might, if it accumulates here above the oversold and takes off again, you're looking at 48.58. Do you see that at the end of the day? Possible, it's possible, but it's a big ask. Much more likely it comes in at around 45. To the top side or even lower, but like if you could get up at 48, that would be positive, and that's what it's looking for lots of different reasons. In terms of a smaller fibs, right, so this most recent high down to where it is at the minute, it only really needs to finish up at around 43.77. If you get the 43, you'll quickly hit 46.54, and I could see that being a short-term high for this at the minute, and it will be an important level. Fighting and reclaiming that will make a difference. It probably does it in around the same time that the 200 period meets that area. So we won't maybe do it today, maybe it's later in the week. And if it does recover that and start making positive moves, you could see something good on this, but otherwise you'll see a retrace. And if you do go down that far, it's probably a huge buy, because I know loads of people who are holding this regardless. I know that if it does fall down, it's likely to do it quickly, and some people will be trapped who otherwise would have got out, and they'll be turned into reluctant apes. And we'll see how things go. I can imagine they'd all be managing their positions, and at that stage the advantage AMC's got is that it becomes cheap as chips again if it does any sort of a drop, and so like you've always got that against you if you're on the short side of this trade. And if you are on the short side of this trade, by the way, just from me to you, you're a fanny. Cool. So if you like that, tune into more of the same. I cover anything you want. That's AMC. Back to the live stream now. Catch you later. Thanks very much. There's an AMC clip. Right, I'm blasting out these clips now. I wonder if they is valuable to people. Who knows? I guess we'll find out, right? Probably somebody useful. Probably somebody likes AMC out there. Somebody, somewhere. Shall I just put an actual AMC video out? Have I ever done that before? Don't know if I've ever done it before. Let's see what happens. Get loads of fucking haters. Oh, I nearly said it there. That was really close, that one. Really close, but I didn't say it. YouTube Studio, that's where you go for these doobidos, right? Upload a video. Let's do this slightly reluctantly, to be honest. Videos. Video. How long was that? 8 minutes, 29 seconds. That's about manageable for people. In fact, you're probably jealous. You're like, he never does 8 minutes GME videos, for God's goodness, pardon me sake. Whoa, you got any more of that tea? Oh, yes, please, Rocky. Thanks. Quick. And, oh no, I won't call it quick. Be like, awesome. It's like, you're going to get that though. People are going to see that and think they're just going to hear me say 20 something bucks and hate on me. What's the best way of framing that, like, as what it is, which is like, hold it. There's a good re-entry. Maybe it goes up from here, because it's got like where it could go up from here. Target's in it. And I do think it is going up, and probably it does go up from here. It's that sort of thing. It's already kind of cheap. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, how did I say it in the best possible way? That's really what I mean. AMC targets. Either, no matter what. Targets. Not that I'd like to see, because I wouldn't like to see, but I would like to enter there. I am slow. Never saw the donate button. It was under my thumb. Thanks for the TA. Bait buckets. Yo, buddy. Thanks so much. Yeah, that little button there. It's because it's not like an actual dollar sign, really. It's like some weird ass font. So sort of like a little bit confusing. Like, why don't they just go straight up for what it is, right? It should be like an actual picture of money or something.
Harley Quinn. Nice
Well,
to
look,
meet
Justin Richardson, you are absolute TA machine today. Your views are heavily shorted. Naked shorts and all, so glad I stumbled across you last week. Haha, awesome. You've only been here for a week and we're already fast friends, Justin. That's brilliant. Thanks very much. That's appreciated. You're a nice guy. And you're quick to get to know. And very, very much appreciated. Thanks. And that donation was awesome. Thanks, mate. Thanks. That's great. And the one before it too, so there's 2 in a row. That's a real boost. Thanks. Great buckets. And you found a button. Yes, I don't see it there myself, actually. I've not got it on screen. It's got like the emoji one and then whatever that is that they call it. And then I can create a poll. Why is it giving me the donate button? I create a poll. Poll. Have you hit the like button? And then yes and no. Ask your community. Okay, I'm asking you. Oh, right. Is this not coming up here in chat? This is coming up on my community page. No, there it is. There. I can see it come up in chat. Cool. What is all this crazy technology? There it is, and that's a link to my previous video where I did a recap on the TA of GME. If you're looking to see that, and it might be useful, like you can get that there anytime you like. I covered other things, and keep covering things that people have asked. I know I've got to do clothes, so I'll do that in a second. AMC targets. It's going to get me hate calling it that. I can't do that. AMC targets, just in case. Here's targets just in case, right? Just in case it goes down, because that's what they are, right? Tradespotting does AMC. Don't get any funny ideas. That's just the name of it's just an intro to a video, right? That's all it is. And then I've got loads of friends who cover AMC. Rocky being chief among them, and Justin. Sorry, I'm saying that because I've got Justin in chat and Justin on my mind. Justin on my mind. Jackson Hunter. Awesome guy, really nice guy. Love Jackson Hunter. He's like a brother. And then we got the Master Investor. He's dead nice to me. He said nice message to me. Reaches out to me. Sends me emails. Dead nice guy. Shot Vix. Nice guy. Rogue Legacy. Dead nice guy. Nice guys. All these nice guys. And then obviously Houston Wade. Legend. Titan. Dead nice guy. Can't quite officially call him a friend. He's a friend I haven't met yet. All these people, and I'm not saying he covers AMC, he just knows stuff, right? And then same with most of these people, right? And same with anyone now, right? They forced us to learn all of this stuff. So, which I enjoyed, right? So what was this one? This was the AMC. What do you think of my new thumbnail format here? Oh, thanks. The Mida one was funny. Hope I don't get in trouble for that. It's not really rude, is it? It's not rude at all. It's funny. Right, what was I looking for? AMC. AMC. Just in case. AMC just in case. Justin Richardson, even. Justin Richardson. Tribute to Justin Richardson, who joined up, met me last week, joined up as a member, and is also donated just to say thanks, which is like freaking ace. I mean, on one hand, I'm like, yeah, this is well worth this sort of relationship with the peoples. And then on the other hand, I'm like, well, it's just so nice. Like, I'm surprised I don't really feel like this is. I don't know, I feel a little bit bad because you seem like such nice people and that. But then that's the way it goes, right? I just got to get over it and get used to it. And this is what it is like. I like money. So, like, thanks very much. It's really got darn appreciated as much as a big if you came up to me and gave me a big fat snog. So, thanks. Oh, and it is Express Tea Service. Thank you very much. This straight from the buffet car, Oh, it's probably too hot again then. You know what they're like in the buffet cars on trains. Ha! Oh, AMC just in case $27. No, it wasn't $27. It was. So it was. I'm not going to say that because that'll scare people. Just in case Targets. That's what I'm going to say. And it wasn't a Target anyway. It was just down the bottom there where you'd love to get it. And I'm sure everyone else would agree with me. They'd also add there, but they won't say that. They'll hear it and they'll rage. I understand, right? It wasn't me that set them off. I didn't start the fire. Tried to fight it, but didn't light it. Okay. Okay, now I'm putting this thumbnail out there, guys. So wish me well. No, I'm not, because I've still got my boobies showing. I need to get rid of my boobies first. What is boobies? What is Jamie looking at that we can't see? I'm looking at the boobies. No, I'm not. Stop it, Jamie. Right. Why did I say right? It's like I'm going to do something. It's like I've just committed to doing something, or I've changed from one thing to another, but it's not. It's just my failed attempts to do it. I'll check that later. I'll check those things later. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for deals. This suits my AMC brethren and me, hey? So this suits them good. They'll like this. So, what else I had to cover? Clove, and then I think that was it. I think that was it, really, and that was what everyone asked for. And shit, what time is it? Is market closing coming up? I'm not doing stuff properly. 20 minutes past 8. No, I've got loads of time left yet. Whew. Thanks, Rich, for the Rocky. Thanks, Rocky, for the tea. Who is Rich? Who's that boy? Bam, 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 bam. Right, I deleted that, and I've done that, and I've done this, and thanks for bearing with me. And I know it's like, oh, Jamie, what are you doing? You know, you're supposed to be beating the big YouTubers and doing something decent, and here you are messing around with this stuff. But I think this might help people. But then it's not en masse going to help people, and they've already decided who they're watching for AMC stuff. Well, they can keep watching them, right? It's just a bit of help, maybe, for a few people to see it. Right, save. But it's not going to grow the channel, Jimmy. Just because it's good doesn't mean it's what you should be doing.
Come at me with an imaginary knife.
Shut up, Jimmy. It all helps. Like, right? People
That's
just
how it's
shut
done.
up, right? It's not about quantitative all the time. It's about qualitative. All right? Stupid. Shut up, Jimmy. Right? Did I save that as a ping? A ping-ging-ging-ding-ding-ding-ging. It did, didn't it? Because I can't save it there. Let's do it again because you can't remember anything anymore. We could just do it as JPEG, you know. Why don't you just do it as JPEG? Because I don't feel like it, right? Because I don't feel like it, that's why. Ugh, me. Close. Me with my pink face too. What can you do? Well, you can not have a pink face. That would help. Channel dashboard. Oh, there's thanks for the legit TA. I'm making my work days tolerable. Keep fighting the good fight. From Pete L. Thanks so much, Pete. That's brilliant. Cheers. Awesome, you're a legend. Thank you so much. Did I miss anything else there? That was just nice, because I didn't really look in between there, and I've just glanced and seen 3 in a row is pretty much what I've seen. That's well nice. Thanks so much. That's a nice feeling. Thanks. And now, where is it? Upload video, yes. Oh, sugary. Was it? It was the last one I just recorded, didn't I? So, sugaries should just be 8 minutes 29. Is this it? 3, 2, 1, go! Huge there on the screen. Oh, well, that was and well, it's definitely this video. So make sure you vote in that poll there. Have you clicked like, yes or no? This is a very important poll, and at the end of the day, we're going to see who was right and who was wrong somehow. And then we're all going to gang up on those who were wrong, like Lord of the Flies, but it's going to be worse. AMC targets just in case. Why am I putting this out there? It's like totally like, is it AMCTA, innit? Bum, 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 bum. Like, at least I'm spelling AMC correctly. You know. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. GME TLED8. Can't put it in the GME one. YOLO trade ideas. Stick it there, right? That's a playlist for it, so it's got some company. Feel bad otherwise. Got a thumbnail, it's got its video. There you go. Next, shall I monetize it? Well, the AMC crowd will hate me. They hate me anyway. Try to help people. Just stick videos in it. You can do these ones automatically, YouTube, if you want. Wow, these bikes are all flying around. Lots of them. Continue. Continue next. Continue next. Oh, there's so many nexts. Choose a specific video that's got, okay, that one. It's got an end screen. Yes, sheesh, easy peasy. Everybody okay? Rocky keeping people happy in chat. Thanks. I'm so lucky to have you, Rocky. Thank you so much. Ticking 1%, 20%. 20 minutes left. Okay, no problem. No issues found. That good shit. Good. Whoops. Nearly said that one as well. That was so close. Wow, you guys, I'm so close to nearly breaking it all the time. So good at stopping myself just before it happens. It's amazing, you guys. Isn't it amazing, you guys? Right, so that's that. You guys. When will I publish this? So I'll do it just after market close. So like people that are tuning in for that can see it. Why are they going to see it? Just put it on now. They can see it whenever. 2025. It's only done that. I'll take 20 minutes left. So I'll stay 8 o'clock. 19. Wait a minute. It can't be. It's after 20. It was 2025. Yes. Oh, there. But the premiere. Nah, just play that one. Because these AMC people ain't going to want to come over here. Maybe they is. Certainly happy to look at it. If they is here, if you were all AMC guys, then I'd be looking at AMC. I mean, like I say, market orientated kind of guy. What are you laughing at? He's laughing at me. Probably not. I haven't been funny for a while now. I noticed. We're still checking your video. Hi. Sorry, I've already checked it. I even made it and everything. Close. Right, so that'll just come out when it does, and then people can enjoy it or not, or whatever, and stuff happens and whatnot. And I'm not putting PCT up as a clip yet, because I can't be bothered doing that stuff anymore. It's like, bleh. Also, it's taking up my creative thumbnail energies, which could be put towards the GMEs, which, let's say, it's the greatest story ever told. So, looking back on them, I want to enjoy them, and that was a nice one. I quite like that one. I can knock these thumbnails out in minutes. GME battling at 190. Like that sort of thing. Rocky, you and Jamie are the only reason I hang around Twitter. Besides packing the old mod occasionally, poking the old mod, mucking the old pod, prodding the old poke. The gifts of you two keep me occupied. Oh, the gifts. This Cord who makes the gifts, absolute legend. And I don't get to praise him enough. The truth is, like, so much respect for that guy. I really like you, this Cord. You're amazing. And I'll not give away all your different identities in the world other than to say thanks. Really, thanks. Hello, neighbours. Howdy, neighbours. I've got the nicest neighbours. Right. Hopefully they get rich with GME because they deserve it. And then we could bring the whole neighbourhood up quite a lot. That'd be nice all at once. That'd be brilliant. I'd love that. Right. Okay. Although they all do a very good job. They're all really nice people. Right. So what am I talking about here? Don't know what I'm talking about. I'm supposed to do the market close and things are coming up. I was going to look at Clove quickly for that, for the reasons that people wanted the reasons. Oh no, I was supposed to save an AMC chart so that people would have that and I could put it in my AMC TA and write it up somewhere. But didn't open a new chart layout to do it. Can I copy this chart? That'd make it a whole lot easier. I've saved this as PCT and then I've gone away off it. Make a copy. Aye, cool. Make a copy. What will I call this one? AMC, eh? This is what I could have done last time. If this works, I was like, here, I need it. Yeah, it does. It changes the URL. It's a copy. It's what I should have done. I'm stupid. And I can leave this on PCT. Where is it? Sorry for this, guys. And ladies and gentlemen. Leave it on that and then close it. Oh, changes may not take effect. Roll. Aye, not so cheeky now. Done AMC. GME, we don't want that chart open right now. It's too busy. That we don't want it open. Don't want it open. It's another version of you don't want it open. That's nice and clean. Yeah, look at that one. Don't want that open. This one, not bad. Not bad at all. But we're going with this one. Right. And everything still works. GME still works. You can see it up there. It says GME. Oh, have I not published this video yet? What is this one? AMC targets just in case. Did I not do a thumbnail? I thought I did all this. I did do all this. Next. What are you talking about next? What's going on? I thought I did that. Now I have to check. Ugh. Look, there's me. 291 watching. How nice. Thanks very much for everybody sticking with me. YouTube Studio content. Is it ready? Is it scheduled? Is it happening? There's that. It's got 8 out of 10. 320 views. 8 out of 10. Well, people might like it though, even if it does do bad stats. Don't matter. It's not the end of the world. Stats don't mean everything. Apparently, somebody told me once. My mommy. Right, content. There, AMC targets just in case. Draft. AMC targets just in case. There, it's real. It's on. It's readied. Okay, so I don't need this other one. Delete it. Why is it even there? Delete. Delete draft video. Bye. Great, great. Did it then. I've done that. That's good for people. I did that for people. Great. Happy about that. It's my good deed for a day. 189.75 for GME. Want it above that 236, obviously. Also be great if this candle did that. If it did it today. The 2D. What's the daily look like? Yeah, still got a bit to go there. It's power right at the bottom of that level, right at the bottom of that level, meaning what? Right at that other lower level. Yep, and volume. And unless you want to be like the volume, you want to see that volume in the world, right? You want to be the volume, you're going to, oh, that's so hard. How did I get it so wrong when it's actually so easy? Be the volume you want to see in the world. Unless you've got that sort of bank balance, then you're going to be waiting to other people or the collective group of people, and then that will come when everything like smaller time targets are beaten and more people jump in until you've got a crescendo. Otherwise, you're just going to have to be the one that does it, and then the target you're looking to take is above. It's 217. Once you do that, you've definitively broken the structure here again. You're looking back up to, like I say that you haven't. You've definitively put in yourself like the best possible base to go on if you retest that and put in higher than 240s. And so doing that from a position of strength is good. So doing it sooner rather than later gives you those like long periods to close above and below. So like the daily closing above 199.50 at the minute. Like, well, I'm not saying that'll happen today. I'm saying when that does, that's great. And the sooner you do that, it means like the next day you're looking to 204, and then from there you can look to 217 areas, and opening and closing that would be like, that's just dailies. That's already 3 days into it, and today being Monday and not being there yet would take us to Thursday or Friday. So are we looking for huge range on this week? Well, it may well be that this week, if you do see a move, it's a big quick one, and everything else seems like nothing for the fatigue you go through, which would be these levels here. Wouldn't really feel like much, right? Especially if the majority of that time was around or just below 200 or 192 or whatever where we are at the minute, that sort of thing. And so, and if you recapture them, then it is actually quite a big move once you get above there. Right? There are levels in here that might stop things, but that would be the quickest move you'd expect, would be with regards to like how many candles it took to cover however many dollars. be above 22222 up to 280 sort of levels where things would go boom, 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 right? So that's your brief rundown, catch up, quick T8 on GME. What time's left? 20:33 before we go and look at Clove for somebody who asked in that, and they paid the $5, you know, and this is a real $5. You can't just scoff at that, you know. You can't scoff at $5. Where is it? Shucks, guys, it looks like this one's going to minus $3.15. No, sorry, that's a joke. Right, so in all honesty, you're looking like you're really hoping it doesn't get there. It's going to be a while before it's back at that price. These this is just daily time frame, right? So like, let's make this into a clip too for people who like it. Hi, I'm Jamie. Welcome to Tradespotting. Here we cover the technical analysis on such things as GME, AMC, and now apparently Clove, which I can see I've done something on before, but here let's look at it in more depth. On the daily time frame, right, you came up, you had that huge pump where people were like, yo, I got a play for you, and it's this play, and I'm not going to tell you when I get out, I'm just going to tell you when you get in so that it helps me, yo, type of move, right, which some YouTubers do, and right, fair play to them, everybody's got to eat, right? So, yes, it retraced downwards. When it broke your 236, it was going to the 618. It couldn't hold there. Now that's its ceiling. It's touched it a few times. You may get up there in 1498. Is that an escape once you get there the next time? Is it an escape? Is it jump out here? Well, you've also got like 0.5 just above that. It's also another level. I can imagine there will be people jumping in out of this a lot. Depending on where you bought it, there's a... if you didn't think people will sell it there, well, I've got some news to you. Shitloads. Pardon me, I nearly swore there. I was very close. A lot of people will be getting out of it between here and here, right? It's also your golden pocket, whatnot. So if prices get back up there from this retrace, it's likely that people would take those moves. If this is your low, which, you know, let's check it on lower time frames and look for reasons for it to bounce. But if it is, then that's stair stepping up there. Like you want to close 13.75, then you want to close $15, and then you want to be closing 16.37. But you can probably get the impression from what I'm saying that I think that there'll be severe resistance there. If it does get above it, don't get excited at 18.83. You might have got some of your position already and be holding it to there, and you might be looking to get out. And then if it just gets back there, 21, 23, sure, getting beyond there, you're asking a lot of this at this stage, having put in that sort of a retrace. Now that's brutal, right? So let's see what's it doing on the 4 hour. Right, well, there's an obvious level of resistance above you on the 4 hour at $11.35, right? It's where you broke down before, you tested it before that happened. It's where you broke up. It's the start of a gap, which is a long filled, and that was also your historical resistance before this thing did its huge pump, right? So you're looking for it to start making moves and waves, and when it does, there will be people again telling you it's going up to here and whatnot. Like then I say here and whatnot, I mean like low 30s, high 20s. There'll be people screaming all that, and 64 and 69, and it might happen. This was unheard of, right? On this asset, people think this was possible, so could happen again. But is that how you trade, right? Because that's not how you trade if you want to stay in it for a while. It's not how you trade if you're using it to pay your mortgage or support your family. And these are all honorable things that you might be doing, and that most people who trade for a while do it for those purposes. And they, trust me, they don't get anywhere by playing stupid ass moves, right? And here's your non-stupid ass move. In fact, if you're already in this and you're looking to manage your position to get out or whatever, that's where you would do the getting out of it. Right now, people aren't going to be a fan of me talking about this thing in that way, but that's what you're doing. If you nearly swore again there, that was close. If you've if you're in this trading thing, right, because you want to trade, right, because you want to make money to pay your bills, let's see your entry. You're not getting really good volume on this, so this is like not even something I would do, right? I would not do this. Let's go down to the 15 minutes. Am I recording this stuff? I am, apparently, right? So you had some good candles, then you had 3 white soldiers, then you had to move, and this could keep going easily to 1064, but you've got other support and resistance stuff, and it could easily go up 1064 at 1135, right? That's the bottom of that. There's a gap here. It takes you all the way up to 1174, 1177, 1166, maybe, who knows? It's had a lot of different things, so one of them must be right? That's what... Right, I've got yellow lines there, right? Go back and check them. Or not, right? I am trying here. Trying here. Right. So what's it look like? Let's get some indicators on the go. Do we use indicators nowadays? They still use those things. All the kids using nowadays. Wolf, it's massively oversold here already. Overbought. What's that look like on early? I know it's out, but like the point, this is a very extremely oversold on this particular way this indicator set up. But then, and I know that it might seem silly putting that line in, but I wanted to check something, and it's true that there's Class B bullishness there, but not really in the long term. Let's see. This may become a play again, and it might be taking something like this in order to do it, and then opening closing above 1145 for that, in order for that to happen. But that's going to be a struggle for it, because it seems to me as though there's like longer term negative divergences across this. And on the 4 hour, yeah, that's like not great. And below the 200, that's not great. This is like a bit scary. If you're, I mean, I'm thinking for people who bought stuff around here and that, what they're thinking about it. I hope you didn't do anything silly in terms of overextending yourself, and that's a good lesson to learn. Nothing to do with this. This thing may well go up crazy, and then if you have overextended yourself, you'll be laughing all the way to the bankety bonk, right? Well, that's your clove. I'm happy to cover it more in better detail at different times. 15 minutes. Should I look at something on like smaller time frames? Could do, right? Could say that high. 236, obviously just ahead of you. You're looking at 1018. Recover that, great, and then you could go up as far as 1230. That would be good. And then you've got more steps that you need to climb. There you go. You can see them. And as you hit them, you can look to the RSI and see, well, what's our relative picture now with regards to price action and RSI, and how do they compare to themselves in the past, and when they were doing these different steps, and which one looks like it's hard, and which one do you think the price action will get tired and need a little bit of a rest and come back through. And I can tell you the 236 and 618 are very important. If 0.5 will give you some indication as to what's coming next, if it only makes it there, or if it retests that low afterwards. And then obviously like $14.98, that's sort of very important that you manage yourself right. Even if you do believe in this, right? If you've overextended, which a lot of people did because they thought this was a quick play that they could get in and out of, and things were nearly guaranteed. And I got messages from people at times, and I'd be like, "Look, I've never covered this before, so I don't know how to help you." But apparently, it was big on YouTube and other places. So there you go, right? Hopefully, it helps. But I'd manage your risk at those levels. I'd look for retests subsequently, right? I'd manage my risks. No, I mean, if I'm already in this, right, and the problem is that I didn't manage my risks, then I might do some position management, but you'd have to be very good at what you were doing here. And like, then again, that's really stupid moves. That's not how you trade. You don't chase losers. And my intention would be to shed most of that, or if not all of the position, back around here, should you get there. And if I could take my entry below here, 1240, then I would do. I'd get out of it any test up there, but would I buy it now? No, because we're coming up for the 200 period moving average. You've like really overbought here on your RSI to the point that it's going to come back down shortly. When it does do this, it's historically quite a big retrace. And you could expect to see something similar to that again. Should it now do that with a touch of divergence on another one? Maybe it does that. You'd be looking at 1654, 16% retrace. So what's that? Let's say 15% here. quite big. Right, retest the lows and stuff again, but you've also got a historical divergence, so it might go on further, and that's so much of a retrace. It's broken out of this idea. It's not high enough for a proper harmonic. It's not great, right? You're looking for something better before you jump into this. Unfortunately, I'd like to have covered Clove on a good clip that I was planning on doing and all the rest of it and be like, whoa, great, amazing, but I'm not sure if it's happening right in this instance, like for it. Just, if it does, fair play to everybody who makes them rich. I'm just saying, just saying. There's some Clove to you, and I'm happy to cover it some more in future. Don't hate on me because I said what I said, but there's some Clove. Okay, welcome to Tradespotting if you're just seeing this. Right, there's a Clove video. And we're at 2044. Awesome, right? I think we covered everything that people donated for. Right, now every donated and I covered all those things and I met my obligations. Right, but to be honest, like, it was $4.99 donations in that. It's like, it's a head wreck. It's not worth it. It's demotivating. It's not that I don't appreciate the money. I do. But like all the effort you put in, I'd rather cover GME. And it's easy and I enjoy it and that. So I'm not saying I won't do it, but I'm saying I'm immediately doubling the price. It's now $10 and that. It's like, well, there you go, right? You think that's unreasonable? Welcome to me. Welcome to moi. That is moi, very much me all over, right? Yeah, it's $10 if you want me to talk about this stuff. And as you can see, I do a good job of it, so it's well worth it in that front. But I mean, I just can't do a shit job of stuff. I nearly said it again. That was so close, but like you'll have noticed, I didn't say the T right at the end of it. So it wasn't the word, right? So like you can come at me, but you'll be wrong. Like, and I can prove it in a court of law, in a real court of law with real people that they're like, no, this is not good enough. Hammer stuff. And those places, they'd be like, he didn't do it. Not to the letter. So we just keep it on Clove and watch it completely confound me and go all miles away off and do amazing stuff. Right now it does. If it gets above that 236, it will go and aim for that 618, and people will jump in on this because it's like, when the heathers a light. Whoa, the goose. It's all burning. Jamie's ledger is clear. No red blood. David P. Tradespotting. Jamie's ledger. Is this like Benjamin's buttons? Hey, what am I talking about? I don't know. I certainly wouldn't want to go up against you in court, lolzos. Yes, I would slabber all over you. You'd definitely be within slabbering distance. I'd be like, blah, 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 slabber. Yo. Plus, I love it, the old shouty shout. I'd probably get in trouble. You'd get a great lawyer. You'd make a great lawyer. I think I should hope so. Yes, I should hope that I would make a good one. Because I do like a good argument. And look, hey. I don't know. Lawyering is a hard job, isn't it? And also, you're going to have to be billing people the big bills afterwards. Like, I've been on the receiving end of them for starting companies and whatnot. Sometimes you're like, shoo-ow! And I'd feel like, taking this much money? You're crazy. I cleared the donation, says David B. Awesome, we did it. And we've upped them. It's now $10. I'm going to write all those up, save those clips, put them onto Rocky's Discord into a room where I do all my TA that I've ever covered, all clips and all things, and keep them updated with price targets and keep people happy that are in this, and all the PCT and the POW and all the other ones. I'm going to put them on that room that Rocky's running on his Discord so that anyone who's in that can come in and see them, and I'll put links to these charts. That's why I try to save them each time as a new chart layout, so that I would always have a new chart that everybody could see live 24/7, my chart with the link, with the video, with the write-up TA, and all of that stuff done for free there. And I know that sounds like a lot of work, but that's what you got to do if you want to grow a YouTube community. Well, it isn't actually. You just talk fish and do nothing, sit there all day. And somehow that works better. I don't know. Like, there it goes. And I nearly swore again there, but I didn't say the H. Jamie is Black Widow. Haha, Stronicle. What is this? You're giving away all my secrets. I'm giving away secrets. Cool of you, Justin Richardson. Wait, what did I miss? Being such a nice guy is probably what I missed. He was dead nice to stand up. Am I catching up on chat? Am I seeing things? I'm not seeing things. Oh, it's so good to see all those members. Thanks so much for everyone. I hate hitches, so I took a big position. You know, it's as simple as that sometimes. Take a blood. Take Lucas Spears. Indeed it is. Hedges hate Chamath. Hey, they hate Chamath. What's that with the math? They hate the math, Chamath. Why do they hate Chamath? No diamond tips tonight. That's cool of you. These sorts of things via email is cool. I'm at CropRocky. No space at gmail.com to get some irons in the fire, but always good benefit from help. Cheers. Cheers. Gee, all the help the better. Thanks. Okay, cheers. I love that I can tip in crypto. Oh, there's a crypto tip came up. Huh. Did I not see it? Has donated 996. What does it mean if GME closes below 190 today? Awesome! Oh yes, that's the first crypto tip I think I've got. I checked it this morning, there wasn't any. And then I noticed on oneup.com or whatever it is that you use, like you might be interested in this, Rocky. You have to upgrade now if you want to get in tips anything other than like the real basic 3. One of which is Litecoin. So we're talking about Clove, Jamie. Oh right. You took a big position in Clove because you're hating the hedges. So you're looking for it definitely to close above this 236. Well, then it'll go to the 618, and then maybe you'll be taking profit in around these areas at 1488. If you've managed your position by adding to it here, maybe you'll be taking some of that off the table here and holding then if you hit the edges. In which case your target's like on the top side. What do we have about then? 21, and then 23, and then after that maybe stuff gets exciting, but it'd have to be like after that. I mean, I'm all with you for talking about the exciting stuff on it, but it would have to be after that. I cannot get excited about this until $14. Maybe 15, 11. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's got chances of getting there aren't all that crazy, and once it gets there, it's got good moves on it. So we'll see what happens. And it's come down this low, and it's got a period like you can see there. Obviously, it's 15 minutes, but like that was something real. Now that's a big stretch on that, so I expect some return such there again. I can't help but not thinking that this has got this sort of thing so many times. Like the people that are making it are like, well, do we want everybody else making it, or do we want it just us? And it comes back again, and then they jump in when this hits the center line. It goes on again. At that point, you're getting a close above 618, and then you get close above this 236, and then you're like, right now we're at $14, and that's what those people might be thinking. I don't know. Is this the sort of thing you push people around in? What's the market cap of it? Does it tell me here? Volume a day, 45 million. Nah, you can't push people around in this. Market cap, 3.9 billion. 4 billion, call it. Nah, I can't push this around all that much. Still. Right, what was that? Ricardo, would you kindly give some TA on your favourite tea? Oh, my favourite tea. Scottish blend. Scottish blend. It's like cheapo tea. Dead cheap. It's in a tea bag too, so it's got all of the plastic particulates that I like. And it's like super cheap. I like it. And with tea, it's dead simple. Like I fill it up with loads and loads of milk, and then I drink it. Loads and loads and loads. And I've always been that way. I've always drank tea all the time since I was like a baby, because, you know, like literally in my baby's bottle, that was what I drank all the time. Lost every gamble and slots I tried today. Step away from the table, Rocky. Roll 24, left, I think. Lost 23 points, and now is 140 points. Haha. Unlucky. Unlucky, everybody. Right, what's that? Christine points. What's happening on price? 1252. Right, let's go and check it out. Right. Check it out. 88.98. What happens? Oh, somebody asked me what happens if it finishes below 180. No, not very much. This is all positive bullish formation. It's like we already covered it. It's like 187, right? That's where you'd like to finish above. And it's not like I would like. That's not important, right? There's a different things. I'll talk about that in a second. Why you're saying 190? Well, it's not 190 really. It's 192.65. You'd love to finish above because it's the 236 and this retrace. Once you've recovered that, you can say that it might be possible that you're going on to the 618. And that's like a big move, and it's a huge distance, and it takes you like, like, wait a minute, is this even the same Fibonacci? You've got a lot of distance between here and there, but you want to get daily closes above this area, above this 236, and that's just from a bullish perspective. If it doesn't happen, that doesn't mean anything. That's not how the bearish case works. Like, oh, if the bulls don't get what they want, that's great for us. No, they have also got their same objectives, and we're well above them. They're down at like 186.74. They'd want to push it below, and these aren't even really daily targets, to be honest. It's like getting in lower than 179, 177. That 177, all the sevens. Shout out, Rocky, well done. And then to get any lower than that, like, you'll be putting in loads of like more divergence on top of what's already there, you know. And like, these are just perfect signaling mechanisms for people who be looking to buy it. So I don't see that happening, but I also don't see anything desperately exciting pushing the price anywhere at the minute. But volume's so low that somebody could do it by accident, right? You could sit on your phone and do it at this stage. So that's a 15 minutes, drop down to 5 minutes, see how things reform. Catching this thing here. Still in that overall trend there. Let's see if we can break out of this and where it meets. It's probably meeting it sometime now anyway. Don't know if you can really do this, eh? But whatever. People looking at it's above that, that's fine. Right, it's just done that last second. Good. So it is broken out here. Let's see if it retests that, comes up. That's the circle line, so it's like circle line. Center line. So it's likely to do that like it did here. That time it held down, we followed this trend. This time it's got a trend picking it up here. It's also got this. So this is going to be probably another buy, and then it comes up. We're in the last 2 seconds of this one. And then we're in the last 5 minutes of the day. Cool. So we're covering here. That's good. 18987. Above us, we're looking at 19265. It's for the daily close. Just quickly check that again. Last 5 minutes of the day starting now. Starting now. I feel like I've done a good day today, right? Market opened until market close with loads of clips about other things and recaps about GME for people who can't watch the whole thing. And I will write it up so that people have got other stuff later. Yeah, 19233. Really would like to see this candle in the last 5 minutes get up there and finish green. Blue on my charts, but a green day doesn't even have to be that high, right? So that's to be 19142. That'd be cool. How much would you have to buy to push it there? 184.45. Yeah, right. Just like exercise 10 option contracts, you'd knock it up there yourself, right? 192.65, 236. That's what you're looking for. Down to 5 minutes and see positive. Right, there's green, but yeah, this is good. This is a 5 minute, so you know, again, you're looking at 189.87. Anything above there, getting at 190 day, pooh, nice. Yeah. There's 200 period moving average on the 5 minute time frame, so it's likely to stop there because you've only got one chance to get up to it. And then 1 minute similar areas for similar targets. Right, probably does that. Probably does it in around here actually. This is a recovery in here as we thought it would. That's 5 minutes. I was looking at it in the 15. It's already done it on the 15. 5, you've got above the EMA, you've got to touch the go above the center line. This is positive. Price action could open positively. Well, I mean, it would normally then open positively tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next day. That people are really trading this, like really anticipating, like, oh, this will happen this day in the future, this will happen that day in the future. And this is another problem we mention in dates all the time. It's like people start getting like nervous about nothing, right? Literally nothing. People get nervous about nothing because like it turns out that nothing was happening, and so then all of that worry was about nothing, and then nothing happens, somehow turns into bad news. And trust me, no news is good news when it comes to stocks. No news is good news. H. Jones, hope you're suitably hungover. Unlucky H. Jones, eh? Unlucky you guys. Unlucky H. Unlucky. Must feel bad. Shucks. All that expectation. There goes us, but for the grace of God. What'll I do then? Shall I stay silent 5-minute tea for the last few seconds? How long have we got? 157. So I'll make a short clip that's 58 seconds long and be like, look at this, mumble tea. You dancer. There's a Scottish expression. Right, come on, 18938. Come on, GMA, you've got it in you, mate. You can do it. You can do it. Yeah. This is like up here. This is like that there. It could actually collapse. Hey, let's have the nightmares. So, alright, well, let's have a swing failure on the smaller time frame. Pardon me, it comes back down again, breaks this trend line. Oh my goodness, it does it all at this level here at the bottom of this channel. Oh my goodness, it comes down. Oh my goodness, and then still like the bottom of that is 187. That's like nothing. There's no way of trading this short at the minute. Your risk from your like stop is up here. It's miles away on this thing here. Your move, you're already at the bottom, and this is your fake out zone. There's no way. You'd only have to enter it like if this absolutely died, and absolutely dying. You've got no way of measuring that because again, right here, you've got more bias. It's like stupid. So this is like path of least resistance to the top side. Once it gets up here, if it does it within the next 4 hours or some point tomorrow, then it'll be hugely bullish put pincer. The bear trap will be activated and everything will be laughy, especially if we get above 205, 206 and close above the 236 levels. Right, so 39 seconds, price action coming in, running around where we are. All of our oscillators suggesting things are positive enough on smaller time frames. Few seconds left. Cross happening on the MACD. Divergence. Good play. Probably good finish. 189.17. Yeah, in and around here's fine. Had that gap, it's closed. Not much of a crazy ass day today, I'm afraid. 3, 2, 1. 89.75. Look at that. It's very, very close. Let's see. That may even update to 190. But those were good positive candles. Those are not bad considering that we oosk. 1 hour. You know, it's not blowing anything away, right? It's certainly not blowing me away. Move these guys over. Above that level of support. That's good. Okay. Right. Sorry. It's not bad. So that's everything there, folks. How much people watched that watch it did? We got 300 people watching. That's not bad either. 317 apparently. Awesome. Awesome, thank you very much. And 4 new members today. And that's not bad. Not bad overall. Did anyone buy any t-shirts? No one did. No one bought any t-shirts. What's wrong with you guys? You guys have got your uniforms already. You better have your uniforms. You better. Anyway, I hope you got your points built up because that's the only way you're going to get your badge. That's the only way. That's the only way. And you know what will happen, right? After the MOAS, right? We'll all be walking around with our badges, right? And we'll all know each other because we interact here as much as we do anywhere else. And some people will have their badges, their MOAS badge that says they've got all the points that you can't even get for money. Some people have it and some people won't. And at that point, they'll be exposed. They'll be exposed as off watching Trace Dreads and Matt's cores when they could have been here. And they'll be exposed, right? They'll be exposed. Not that I don't like those two chaps. They're both wonderful at what they do. But, you know, multiple browser tabs, the technology of the future. 189.75. Are we going to say that that is the actual close for today then? Post market 191.25. I don't know if I believe that. I never do for the first 15 minutes. Good work, KT. That's one of my faves. Favesies. Right, so I did that. I even did an AMC clip which I published. I did GME earlier clip which I published. I did like a Media clip, Media clip which I published. I'm going to publish this Clove clip that I just made. 1.7 million volume. What an actual F. This is so bizarre. So bizarre. It's so bizarre. Well, they don't want any volume, right? It would be absolutely nightmare scenario if prices were at 200 and they were looking at that and people were buying it and open interest when contracts are all being added higher than that. They'd be like, oh, sugar. Did we not tell them we've got tens of millions of puts? Do they not know that we're absolutely? I mean, people actually out there trying to kill us poor hedgies. Are they actually trying to kill us poor hedgies? Some of us have to use our hands all day at work, but never change your channel. Tradespotting. Paul. Ha! It does say Paul the Greasy. I was a bit like, oh, I can't say that. If it might offend the poor chap. But it's you, Mr. Greasy. So you have to use your hands all day at work, but never change your channel. Tradespotting. I shall promise it won't change. I start swearing if I can. That would be one thing, because it would make people I respect happy. So I'll try to do that. And lots of people have me on at work, and some of those people are at work at important places, and they're the bosses and that, and they don't want to be embarrassed with me screaming in their office. He doesn't really know what he's talking about, and he doesn't really care about GME. Who is this? Who is this? Why don't they care about GME? Why do people not care about GME? What are they doing in their lives that can affect the short hedge funds that control the world? Literally, who do control the world, right? How can you not care about GME? Like, are you some sort of avatar or something? You're not a real thing, like, or you actually own one of them or something. I mean, how can you not care about it? Like, how? Tradespotting, 1.7 million volume for the day. How in actual effingings? How in actual effingings as well, you click buy and it's nibble pricing and you're like, where's this coming from? And you're getting it from the debt market and it's not showing up here. And then they're like, shoot, quick that, shift that, shush about that. What do you like? Don't tell anybody. It came from the larder. That's one of the old ones. Don't tell them. Go in the back there and grab one of those GME shares and chuck it to that person. And don't let it show up on that exchange. I rolled a 69. Nice work, Lipton. Right, so that's it, right? And like I've been saying it for a while, Bing Bong price is wrong, but that doesn't change the technicals, right? They do all they can to hide what they can, and still the technicals say buy. In fact, they say that this might be the buy, is what they say. You got another chance here. I'd still be super happy with it, and you got it earlier today, so exciting stuff if you ask me. Exciting. Does it work? Does it not work? It's gone for a go. It's got a chance here to try. It's got a chance. Jimmy's got a chance here to try up and go for something. And if it does at this particular period of time, could be fun, right? And if it catches a wave and it catches people's interest, I don't know. Like, I don't know why it hasn't been in the media for a while. Like, it's just a bit weird. It's really literally hasn't. And I do check, right, because I've got news aggregators that are all set to just GME now. That's all I look at, 3 main news aggregators. And it used to be like the sort of thing I'd read news to fall asleep. Like, be like, oh, what's everybody else been thinking and chatting about? So I'd have that to read. And a whiles ago I set it to GME only. And now there is no news. There's no news in the world about this thing that's like a tinderbox. Pandora's tinderbox. And that really F's me off, right? It really F's me off. Anyway, so we got our close rate, 189.75. It's not updated so far, so we'll say that they got the last price in before close. Okay. How many people voted in this poll? Can I see the results? Closed poll. Closed. Right. Closed it. 51 minutes ago, 265 votes. But how many likes does the video have? And the video only has 71 likes, right? So that poll got more votes than I did get likes. That's 71 likes. Of course, the truth is I got 711 likes, which is fantastic. But I did want to prompt people to go and look at it. And so I made something up that would have been thinking, well, it's unusual. Let me go in it like. And what did it do? Nothing. Still the same number of likes. So it didn't work. Go to show me. Should have stuck to the honestness. Like, please, is it like, for God's sake, please? Anyway, that's that. David P, 1.7 million. 1.7, it's just a nice number, 1.7. Tradespotting, time for a quickie on Villainikifa. Villainikifa, well, it will be a quickie, mate, because I was literally about to hit buy. They have a buy button, you see. Unlike some places. Jamie, you're so funny. You're such a funny Villainikifa. Have I got this saved on the charts? I must have, right, because I looked at it for you before. Well, for somebody, anyway. There it is. Ooh. It's got some bullish divergence, though. I mean, if you waited until now to buy it, and there's your early close, but then it's had it before. No, it didn't have it before. Okay. Let's do this then. You're in it already, you are, and you want to know what's going on because that's brutal, and you want to know why it's come down so much. And I understand, I would be worried too. Why has it come down so much? But this is what I would say. I would say it's probably a buy, and you don't even need to wait for very long, right? It's not financial advice. I don't do financial advice, so if you look at this as financial advice, you're missing the question mark on the end of each of my sentences, right? And so, seeing as it's not financial advice, which is what it isn't, it really isn't the financial advice, you know. Mm-hmm. That's it hits the 618. There's the 236 recovery on this one. There's a target at there, up there. This is a buy. There's your profit, take profit target, one of them. But actually, right, this is in a huge uptrend, isn't it? That's a good retrace. That's a good test. Whoops. There could be some more on that retrace, to be honest. Nah, that's probably it. Does this remind you of, folks? And just so that people know, your target on that first break profit target on this, whatever this is, Velikanikev, if you're already in, and it's in 283. Ah, sugars, I should have been making this into a clip, eh? That's loads of work I'll have to do after this, though. Well, that's what it is. This is Tradespotting. I'm Jamie. Here we cover technical analysis, mostly on GME, because that can defeat the short hedge funds who control the world, who destroyed your parents' lives. And if they didn't destroy them, they made them worse than they would have been, and they'll make your kids' lives worse too. So we trade it to beat them, and we put money in it from loads of different places. And some of the places you might get money from trading other things, and one of those other things you might be trading is this wonderful asset that we all love called Velikanikev. And if you trade Velikanikev, perhaps you've got a different objective. And, well, I'll tell you what, if it's just money, there's plenty of money to be made. And if you're looking at this on the 4-hour time frame, you can say that it's had a retrace to this, all the way down to the 618 of this move from what may be cup and handle. You know, you talk about these things, I'll talk about these things. We can all have different names, but at the end of the day, it's a big uptrend there at this side of the chart. 618 retrace, that's fine because it tested its previous highs. It's this sort of equity, that's fine. It's asset, sorry, so right. This is a good clip. Normally I'm good at T8, right? So we'll see how this one goes. You broke the 236 on this fib. You came down, tested the 618. That's your entry. You're looking at, if I was looking at this, I'd say there's a reasonably good risk reward trade on here. You've got a clear area for a stop in at around 184, and you've got a clear entry area for an entry, which is now, right? You've got bullish divergence on the smaller time frames. Makes it for a good re-entry. On this 4-hour, you're just below the 200, so you're at least going to get a test back up here. And it may be that you could take some risk off the table at 229 and be happy with that. But you've got to remove to 233 on the cards, and if you open and close above there, you're looking at 282. And that's just the start, because actually, this is quite a good big uptrend, and you'll be looking at 386. And then ultimately up at 412 before I'd be taking most of, like at that, only at that stage would most of my position be closed. And then even then I'd still be holding some on. I'd be thinking, 541, that's not unreasonable. That sort of thing happens on this sort of a move quite frequently. And you got a chance here at probably your deepest retrace, and that's what I call a deep effing good entry. So if you like Velikanikev, same here. I love this Velikanikev stuff. Brilliant, right? Especially its name, Velikanikev. Brilliant. So you like that, and you like this sort of thing, and you like me, and you might like my other videos, and you're welcome to come and see us and chat and subscribe and whatnot. And we're dead funny and cool and nice and stiff, right? And we're all interested in making money, but we're not really up ourselves. But we're also the best at this. Modesty becomes us, as you can imagine. So I'll shut up now, because Velikanikev can do all the talking for us. Huge profits to be made potentially in this, but it looks like a nightmare at the minute, Jamie. Yes, this. Well, you got to get balls to trade, and Velikanikev, I think that's a good example of that. So if that was helpful, tune in to more Velikanikev and other things later. Lots of love. Bye. So there's a Velikanikev clip. The more these go on, I can sense there's a strong Faulty Towers vibe coming from my future if I don't stop doing these like this. Right, so I do have time for Velikanikev, it turned out, somehow. Don't know why I should have hit buy. I had the time. And there it goes. And I hope you appreciate it. And I appreciate you being a member. So I thought, why not do it, And you've always been nice, so why? So my pleasure, mate. That's cool. Right, now I'm going to go and see Rocky and have some more tea and eat something. And it was really nice, everybody chatting and staying some with me all day today on a Monday, a long day, get it all done there. It was really great. And, well, all that sort of stuff. So thanks very much. I should have played the tunes. Sugary, I should have played the tune at the end of that. And everyone will be like, oh no, I wanted my Bing Bong tune. Where is it? Bing Bong. Bing Bong, the price is right. Yeah. All right. Thanks. Thanks so much for everybody tuned in. How many people are here now? 250 people still. That's a quarter of 1,000 people. That's great. Thanks so much for sticking with me and for showing up. You could have been anywhere you chose to be here. It's really appreciated. It really is. Thanks. And, so many of you are like mates. So cheers, guys. Right. See you tomorrow, bell to bell, as usual. Let's say usual, but from now on, for the foreseeable. Have a great day. Thanks, Mari. Thanks, everybody. Lipton, thank you so much for having a look at Velikinikiv. You're not the best. You're welcome, mate. Jamie, when are you going to stream tomorrow? I'm going to stream tomorrow at Market Open Case Guy, 2:30 British time. Is that when it is? 2:30? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 2:30 British time. 9 points, I gamble. Thank you, Jamie. You're welcome, Leslie. You're welcome. And everybody else. Kathy Babes, you're welcome. Kathy Babes, is that right? Katie. Not Kathy. Katie. Corey Burke. Bye, Corey. Thanks very much, buddy. Thanks for being such a good bloke. Luke Spears, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Luke. You got to get those points built up, Luke. Luke, you got to get those points built up. 240. Those are rookie numbers.